call the meeting to order at 10:01, and I will pass the chair to Deputy Reeve Westover.
Test.
Hello?
I believe they are. Okay.
Should be.
Hello.
Hello?
Okay, thank you.
Hello?
Clark. Welcome, everyone. We will start with the agenda additions. And 13.1 will be an addition for offer to purchase lots in Erskine for an in-camera. If you add that in the in-camera session, 13.1. And are there any other agenda additions? Reeve Clark?
Councilor Grover asked to add Battle River Research as one, Egg Service Board as another one, less.
Okay, we'll put Battle River as 8.1 unfinished. I'm assuming that's something that will. And 8.2 will be Ag Service.
Egg Service Board, and then under in camera, I would like to put legal update.
Okay, 13.2, legal update.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Sorry.
If we could, under 13.3, I guess it would be discussion with just council on just a little bit of, it'd be a staff issue, I guess, is what it would be under.
Okay. 13.3, council staff discussion. Okay, any other additions? Councilor Gender?
Burning permits?
Burning permits, and that is that something new, or is that something
I'll say it's new.
okay, we'll put
7.9.
7.9, burning permits. And are there any other agenda additions? If not, I'll ask that someone approve the agenda with the additions. Councilor Nyberg? You will? Okay.
Please, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, and I'll just ask when you do make a motion just to say so that people following on Zoom, because sometimes they might not catch your hand. All in favor of the motion to approve? Carried. Minute approval from the December 9th regular meeting. Everyone had it. No. For Gender, we'll move them. All in favor? And carried. Okay, our public hearing will be at 1 o'clock on the Gadsby repealing bylaw. There will be no delegations today, and there was nothing in council's request for information, so we'll move on to new business. 7.1, page 5 in your agenda package, Stettler District Music Festival sponsorship. And Nikki, would you care to bring us up to date on that one?
Yes, we've received a request to sponsor the 2021 Stettler Music Festival. This is a request we receive annually. This year will be their 52nd annual, although their 51st annual had to be canceled due to COVID restrictions. And yeah, that's all I have.
In the past, we have done some kind of sponsorship with this, and it's usually courtesy of Councilor Nixon's council.
I will do with my council allotment. I will make that motion that it be put to the music festival if they indeed have it this year.
That would be the $250 amount.
Yeah.
Okay. Any further discussion, Cherie?
I was just going to ask, will they let us know if it doesn't go forward? And how does that funding work if it doesn't go forward?
Yeah, if it doesn't go forward, they send us information on that, which is what occurred last year. And we left the funds with them to pay for expenses that they had already incurred.
And I would be okay with that as well, Mr. Chairman.
All in favor of Councillor Nixon's motion? And carried. And I guess I forgot to include introductions this morning, so for those watching via Zoom, we should maybe go through introductions, and we'll start with Councillor Gender.
Ernie Gender, Stettler.
Ray Needs, Erskine Buffalo Lake.
New Grower, Big Valley.
Wayne Nixon, Denella Red Willow.
Les Dulberg, by Morandang, Deputy Reeve.
James Nyberg, Erskine South Warden, Counselor.
Nikki Thorstensen, Communications.
Rich Fitzgerald, GIS Coordinator.
Eric Kushner, Manager of Information Systems.
Larry Clark, Watha Gadsby and Reeve.
Rick Green, Director of Operations.
And we also have joining us via Zoom, Sharon Larson, Ryan Hallett, Lorraine Hankins, and Clint Syme. Okay, now we'll move on to 7.2 in the agenda, request for decision on an approach. Page 8 of the agenda package, and Rich, would you lead us through this?
Thanks, Mr. Chair, council members. In late November, early December, Planning and Development received a request from a ratepayer to have his deposit returned for an approach that was part of a subdivision that was done in 2012. A condition of that subdivision was that an approach be built out to Schollard Road for access to the parcel, because the access that was being used was off of an undeveloped road allowance. Since 2012, no approach has been built. They're still using the undeveloped road allowance. So to coincide with the conditions of that subdivision, what Planning and Development is requesting is that the $2,000 deposit be held and give the gentleman until April to either construct the approach himself, and if it's not done by the end of April, then Public Works would use the $2,000 deposit to go in and construct the approach, and if any, and also for the rural address sign to be installed at that time as well. And the money to do that would be used from the security deposit. Any money left over would be returned to the ratepayer at that time.
Councillor Grover?
I'll go with staff recommendation.
Okay, any discussion?
The discussion I had, they talked about there being a fence right in the middle of the approach. How do we deal with this? Because I just, unfortunately, I see this could very well be putting our staff in a poor situation if you go in and then it becomes I wreck something, you wreck something, and I don't want to put staff in that position if we don't have to.
I can let Rick speak, Mr. Chair, in answer to that. I can let Rick speak to this, but what I would think is the fence should be back far enough that it's on private property. The approach that we would construct would be just in the road allowance. Whether the ratepayer continues to use the undeveloped road allowance as his access, that's up to him, but we will have done our due diligence by constructing that access, and it shouldn't affect, as long as the fence is back onto private property, it shouldn't affect the approach.
Do you have anything further to add, Mr. Green?
Yeah, it shouldn't be a problem. I am trying to get the guys, and we started this a little bit last year as well, to make sure that they take a good selection of photos of any job site before they start working on them these days, because we are starting to get a lot more little things about your water truck turned around our approach and wiped out a fence and things like that, whether it happened or not. So we end up on the hook. So yeah, I think just a little bit of photo documentation of the conditions, and we should be able to just drop the approach from the shoulder right down to the toe of the back slope for him, and how he deals with it after that is entirely up to him.
And just another question for you, Rick, is do you think the $2,000 deposit would cover putting that approach in?
Yes, when we did the deposit in the first place, what was that, back in 2013 or something like that? It was based on a construction estimate at the day, and then essentially doubled to, encourage the person to do it on their own and make sure that we had
enough there to get it done. So I'm thinking, it's probably going to be closer to the $1,000 range by the time you add all the trucking and mobile equipment and things like that need to be done. But yeah, there should be plenty there for that.
Okay, well, that sounds good. Thank you. Councillor Gender?
I was kind of wondering, okay, so we build the approach and we put the rural address sign on there, and we send an ambulance down there, and they can't get an access, or if they cannot, or if they get stuck on the roadway going in, what, are we liable?
Rich could probably talk to this a little bit more on the liability end of things, but I think this actually gets rid of our liability because we haven't required him to follow up on his subdivision and development permit correctly all these years. So he doesn't have a rural address now, and there is not a proper access. He is required to build his own driveway, and if he expects somebody to drive through a fence and up the hill over his pasture, that's entirely up to him, how they gain on his own property. But from our perspective, providing the legal access in the correct location should get rid of all of our liability concerns.
Okay. Go ahead.
So in the case of, say, like when this property, or when or if it ever sells, and for a bus access, would the school then deny, say, like going up to the house and just pick up at the roadway?
Yeah, I would think that very much like if they've requested snow plowing as well, that there'd be an inspection on their end, and they would dictate where they pick the child up. And if that's, you got to sit in the car and wait at the road for the bus to pick them up, that may have to happen if they haven't produced a proper driveway. But we do not have access to the location that he's currently getting access, because he's driving across private property to get there. And he's on a road that was not developed. And the history of this whole thing back in the day was that there was a requirement for him to build that road if that's where he wanted to be, up the backside. And he didn't want to do that either. So the panhandle was put on the lot to get him access to Schollard Road, and he didn't want that either. But it was all done, and there's other things in the way now, but that's entirely up to him to resolve. I think because there's no real address and there's no access to that property, we're at risk right now and have been for a number of years.
With that being said, so if he or future landowners request snow plowing, we could deny it?
Oh, I would for sure. There's nothing there to plow.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Grover?
Yeah, there's been cases in the Weimar Indian area where they have to drive them out to the road because they can't, the bus, Clearview can't get in there. So then they have to take them to the road every day and pick them up there.
I think there's even one on the Penn Road done that way as well.
Okay, if there's no further discussion to Councillor Grover's motion, we'll ask the question. All in favor? And carried unanimously. 7.3, request for decision, lot layout in the Erskine subdivision, phase 2 development, page 10 of your package. And Rick, would you lead this one?
Yes, for sure. So right now, this is basically requesting an opinion on how you would like the subdivision to lay out. Direction has been given to planning and development a number of years ago, I think it was 2017, to actually go through this process for the setback reduction for the landfill that's out there. And it hasn't been worked on to date, so we're trying to push it through right now because Alberta Environment was going to close the file that was started on this. So in order to keep it open and retain the investment we already have in this activity, it seems prudent to go through the process of laying it out, bringing it in MPC for subdivision approval, and all of that can be done in-house at this point, and I believe will not incur any costs. And then we should be able to go back to Alberta Environment with the approved subdivision before we go and post it and get all the legal work done and have them agree to the setback over there. So a lot of that was covered in the attached memo with that. But we can't really push forward without, from their perspective, without actually having MPC or a viable subdivision that's been approved. They won't comment on it until that time. So it's kind of a chicken or the egg thing, and has been for quite some time. They won't move until we provide them something that we're serious. And we didn't want to incur any costs, so I think it was just left all these years because of that. So I think we're in a position where if we get this thing through MPC with a layout and say this is what we want to develop, they will provide the consent, and then we can then decide. We can't decide on alternate land use until we know whether or not we can put residential in there. So there's a few different things to consider. Where's the plan there? We've thrown some ideas out there. Alleys are always a possibility. The Erskine concept plan supported more of the option 3 and option 1 type of a thing. But we wanted to throw an option there for a cul-de-sac that would use up more of the land and provide a bit more of a sort of a higher scale thing. One of the options is smaller lots and allowing more mobiles to go in there, where there's one right now, or leave the lots very similar to what we have done in the past, which would be leaving a little bit of land unused at the north end. But then there's also an opportunity on that very north end with a large parcel to possibly look at a multifamily type of a development there down the road as well. So it could very well be that they ask us not to put basements in, even though the consultant said basements should be okay based on the studies that they've done. They've talked to us in the past and suggested that this would be a lot easier for us if we propose no basements, which would lend itself to more of a mobile home type development, if you're interested in that type of thing. So what I'd like to be able to do is produce a subdivision plan, get the application in MPC, get it approved there before we spend any money other than internal costs, and then go back to them with let's get this reduction set. This reduction will not affect the existing developed areas in Erskine. That has to be done separately with the redevelopment plan that was also part of your direction a few years back. And there are a number of places there that have had development permits that probably shouldn't have over the years because of their distance from the setback from the landfill. So I'd be very interested in producing that end of things as well to see if we can get that setback reduced all the way around that thing for opening up the land for these people, because right now there's a lot of properties constrained within that 300 meters.
Right. And now that the environment has agreed to relaxing the setback, I think we probably as a county should make intention that we do have full intentions of using that for residential. Otherwise, at some point they may change their mind, or a different government may change their mind.
And so far they've only verbally told us what they would probably support, but until there's an actual viable application in front of them, they don't want to actually weigh in on it on paper.
And just because we've applied, it doesn't mean it has to be built or anything. So
that's right. If they pull out of it, we haven't spent any money at that point, and then we can look at other land uses for that area that do comply with different setback rules. It's just pretty hard to make a plan until we know for sure. Plus the fact that we've already invested close to $100,000 in all the studies related to getting the setback reduced, and it'd be a real shame to walk away from all that at this point.
And if council chooses to approve this, then the design and everything would be done through MPC of the lots and things.
Yeah, we'll do a layout, run it through MPC for approval. I'm just looking for some direction on how you would like it to look, and do you want alleys or not. The downside to alleys, and we talked about this with the other development area in Erskine, is it generally reduces lot size, and it creates a maintenance area that's usually full of encroachments and garbage and other things that produce maintenance issues. So at that time, you chose not to have alleys in the area that we did subdivide, but that's always on the table. If you'd rather see alleys, we'll come up with something that supports alleys or not, depending on how you want to see it.
The lots in Erskine aren't selling like hotcakes, so maybe it would be nice to have another option, an area with alleys, and to see if that is what the deciding factor for some lot purchasers is, if they want an alley.
Personally, I'd have a hard time believing that something like an alley would deter somebody from, because the lots will be smaller if we have to fit alleys in, because it takes up acreage essentially to do them. But it really comes down to access, how people like to access.
Thinking everybody's got more room.
Big enough to access the back from the front right now, which was sort of the idea. But it's entirely up to you. I need some direction so that we can produce a plan and get cracking at it.
That's right, that can all be future discussion, but for today, if someone care to make a motion, which direction council should proceed on this? Councilor Grover?
I just got a question first. I haven't been there for a while. Is that big ski hill or big toboggan hill still there, or we got it, half of it moved, all of it moved?
Yeah, no, we have a section of it that's clay, and we have a whole bunch of topsoil and subsoil up there that we have stockpiled right now. And the area is fenced off right now so that we don't have random.
Is the topsoil gonna go back on the lots when they use them, or?
That, we've already topsoiled the area so we can grass it and keep it mowed. All that is surplus material.
Surplus material.
And we'll slowly use it.
Just curious, when's it gonna be moved? How many lots is it setting on?
It's very much on the north end, so
And on,
depending on how you want to lay things out, it's probably not really a factor. It's probably very much on the north end of that thing, and even if we had to move a little bit of it back, it's probably not a big deal. I can get a lot of it out of there in a big hurry too. I'm saving all the clay for sort of redevelopment of road cores in the area. And then the topsoil itself, we've been picking at and using it in different areas as we need it, just whatever's convenient for the location.
With the 300-meter setback, that affects the north end of town too?
Yeah, you can see.
Nobody could ever develop that?
There, all the lots that it impacts, that'll be the last drawing that's on there, Jared. So it,
So they need a plan just so that they can look at removing the 300-meter setback, is what they're saying.
they want to know that what I'm asking for right now is subdivision only, so we can produce the subdivision plan and move on that. Even if we don't finish it right now, we want to get agreement to that setback for how that's going to look in the future. The existing development area will be something planning and development's going to have to work on and do a redevelopment plan or an area structure plan, and then submit that separately, because they will not put the two of them together, because the subdivision is new. That other area, they said they're not interested in reducing a setback to correct past mistakes. They want to see a redevelopment plan or an area structure plan saying what it's going to look like down the road. So we have to separate the two logics there.
Councilor Nixon?
I'd like to make a motion to move this forward to MPC for subdivision, at which time we can sort out the three options available.
Okay. Any discussion? Councilor Grover?
Yeah, I'm in favor of that, Wayne. But I was just wondering, we have that big catchment water thing in the middle. Is the pipe in the ground going south there so that we can pump it out?
Yep.
Is there a pump there?
It feeds by gravity right now. There's probably a couple of feet of water that stays in the bottom of that pond. The rest of it all rolls through that pipe naturally.
A couple of inches, not a couple of feet.
Couple of inches, feet, I don't know. That's what I was wondering.
Depends on the day.
Yeah, there's not much water saved. Mr. Chairman, I just,
Thank you.
the one note I would suggest, and I did, of course, definitely talked lots about, back alleys seem to be the issues when you talk to the realtors. I'm not sure why. Maybe it's a concept that we out here in this area haven't quite come to yet. We typically like our back alleys out in the country. Retiring farmers want somewhere to put their stuff, maybe. I don't know what it is, but I would suggest, and we can have more conversation on that, but just a note to staff on that in the conversations I've had, back alleys seem to be a concern. So.
And quite honestly, my recommendation would be to move more towards a no basement style thing to make sure that this can go forward without complications, because they have mentioned that before, which lends itself to more of a mobile home environment. If you're interested in making that decision separate from what it was before, what the plan was. That said, it's really your choice. So, and before we produce any further plans, we kind of need a bit of direction as to which way you're leaning on how you'd like to see it laid out and how you want to accommodate residential there. So we triggered it with a couple or three different options here. If you've got a fourth option you'd like us to produce, or which one you'd like us to focus on for MPC, I think that'd be key right now, is to have some form of a direction so we can get working on it. We don't want to do it 4 or 5 times back and forth over the next 6 months, because they will close the file on us if we don't get something into them in the near future.
Then the one thing that I would caution again to staff is, let's make sure we get the definition, because that was what we had with that other home that was put into Erskine. And the Alberta government, and you can talk to Jacinta on this, she'll be very familiar about it, but the Alberta government, they have a standard and they have a definition of, and I can't remember what the class of homes are, but they actually do make that definition. And through the area concept plan in Erskine, they did not want mobile homes. It was very strict, but you can have an RTM, and then there is, and I can't remember the other classification, but it's a modular home. They call it modular, and then RTM, and then and it has to do with how it moves down the road, I guess.
If I recall how that definition turned out, once again, we can check with planning and development on that, but I believe that the RTM was okay. They've actually made a change to allow the one that got moved in there that's more of a modular. I believe the rules changed to allow that, but I could have sworn that wasn't going to be there anymore, that an RTM was fine, but that wasn't. But regardless, I mean, you're dealing with something that would be hauled in without a basement, preferably for the Alberta government. If you want to push the basement thing and just have it open for whatever development, we'll have to do a bit of dancing with the government on that regarding the reports that we have that the engineer signed off on. It really just comes down to your preference, I guess.
Did you have something, Councilor Needs?
Yeah, I know residents are concerned about county spending a lot of money in real estate. They don't want us to spend that kind of money in that, but you're saying this isn't, right now, is not going to cost money, it's just application to the government just to try and get that set back. And like James was saying, they're already concerned about not wanting mobile homes in there, so.
Yeah, exactly. My feeling is we should be able to get it through MPC, get the reduction, and then we can stall the thing if we want to. They may force us to pin it and actually make the lots and register them, which would be, $12,000, $15,000 would work probably at that point. So it's not a horrendous thing, but we wouldn't physically build the road network, put the utilities in until later. That would be deferred to a later time. So the only trigger they have appears to be the MPC support and the actual subdivision approval before they'll make a decision on it. That's where I wanted to get to. And that's where it's sounding like they're sitting right now.
Yes, to Rick. Rick, on that with the no basements, is that due to, as we go into MPC, I don't know if it would be discussed here or with an MPC, but the reasoning why there'd be no basements, so that we can understand that part too, because they did make it very clear. We had a lot of discussions about the mobile homes or the RTM that looks like a mobile home but isn't when it went in there the last time. So I hope whatever we do go forward, that we certainly can get people building and putting their permanent homes in there. So.
Yeah, so the reason for the no basements would be the remote possibility of landfill gases settling in a low spot and being combustive. Basements tend to be that low spot. There was other thoughts that we could do things like a ditch that would trap things if we built a ditch into something somewhere, but there's no real place to do that between the landfill and these things as it is right now. But largely it was just over that concern of the potential for the settling and basically combusting.
Thank you.
Well, I was just going to ask, Wayne's motion was just to take it to MPC for discussion?
Yes, so we can do the subdivision and then proceed from there, with more definite plans. And that's sort of what you had asked for, isn't it, Rick?
What I'm asking for right now is a a stated preference on how you would like to see it laid out, we'll produce a plan to get them in the MPC for approval.
You're looking for us to pick one of the three options or fourth option or something?
For option 12 or 15, I'm easy. Just need to know what you're comfortable with.
My thought about this is that there's going to likely be about seven different opinions, or 8 or 9, depending on staff input as well. So I'm thinking it might be more than a discussion in council or MPC even.
If you want me to let you off the hook on that, probably the simplest thing, based on everything we've talked about over the years, is to produce lots similar to what we did on the other end of things and add alleys as an option, which would be option 1 with alleys. And that would let you all off the hook on that because it's consistent and it adds alleys as an option. And based on everything we talked about, that's where I feel you guys sit. But
and I guess from, Mr. Chairman, just from what I've remember at the discussion at the time, I wasn't necessarily in agreement with the no alleys, but since we've had a lot of rural crime, and not just rural crime, but rural area crime, I mean, that was one of the things that they said, well, this is a good way to go, no back alleys, because that always encourages criminals as well. So that's another option. So, I mean, there's lots of arguments around this whole topic, for sure.
It's consistent with the Erskine concept plan that they did. They wanted those standardized lots with views of the roads going sort of straight through. That's how it was all laid out in there. Remembering also, though, that because at that time, there was no conversations about a landfill constricting this development, things may need to change because of the landfill, and that's that, whether it's mobiles or other types of development for residential in there that you need to consider. We have a new world now because of the constraint of the landfill, where none of that was brought up back in those days.
Mr. Chairman, through to staff, was there not some discussion that there was some geographical issues about having basements in there and not being able to, at the back end, being able to get the height to make it, the sewer go properly, and we would have to put pumps in? And I think that discussion was, at that point, we had kind of talked about putting RTMs with no basement on the backside. So I'm just wondering if that's still an issue, or did we solve that by putting a hill in there? Or?
It is tight, but once again, with minimum elevation heights, if you wanted to insist on basements. Without basements, we're in pretty good shape. Shouldn't be a problem at all. You can always move a little bit more dirt and sort of set your house up a little bit higher if you need to. Should be able to make it. That said, with basements, yeah, I think we'd be raising the back end of that thing earthwork wise a little bit more just to make sure, but it would be very tight.
So what my suggestion, I guess, would be is that, we have, 3 options basically. Well, I guess it would turn into 4, with or without basements and with or without. The concept of it is going to be pretty simple, isn't it? Like, I mean, the general concept.
And that's what we're after right now is lot layout. We can make the engineering work for sewer and water and whatnot later on the detail side, and that's, there's still a pile of dirt out there. If I got to raise that whole thing, I can move the dirt around and raise it a bit more.
So, the with back alleys, without back alleys, with basements, without basements is generally what I would think.
And the standardization of the layout.
From everybody, so.
We just need to make the government aware that we're interested in using that area for a subdivision.
I don't want to see us lose the money invested already or time.
What they're looking for is an actual subdivision application and approval by MPC. So if it was a developer doing this, it's that first lot layout, plan submission, thereafter. Because even a developer's not going to go and post all those things with permission from MPC. So it's taking that first step to get us moving, see if I can push it through.
What's the application fee for that, Jacinta?
$650.
$650.
They have a feeling.
Ripping us off.
Feeling it'll be waived.
I just want to point out too, we will have to refer it to the adjacent landowners, and that would involve all of Erskine. So whatever, you decide which option you prefer, we would need that direction before we could even bring it to you for consideration and allow that 21-day referral period, which is another reason why we would like to have some direction from you before we can move forward on this.
That's exactly it. The government wants this to be a real thing that you want to do, not just let's get it done and make a different decision later kind of a thing. Like their approval will be tied to the layout of the subdivision and those processes of, the neighboring property notifications and everything are all part of that process that they want to see happen.
If we select an option today and then 10 years down the road when it may be built or something, the lot design could likely change anyway, couldn't it?
No, because you'd be working towards that approved layout. You just wouldn't necessarily do the physical construction until the market required lots to be sold. You know what I mean? And you can put that off for 10 or 15 years, I believe, right now, because we haven't got the phase 1 filled up. But working towards that phase 2, if you start changing lot layouts, then you're going back, and your approval is going to be tied to those lot layouts and the decisions made, basements, no basements, those kind of things at the time. They don't want to waste their time on it, is what they're saying.
So, Mr. Chair, I think if we could have staff send out an email to us, this isn't something I think we can make the decision here today. Send out an email to us with the options that are out there, and then get a straw poll from that to see what you go forward with. That would be my suggestion.
Councilor Nixon?
I was just looking at these options here, Mr. Chairman, and there's quite a difference in the number of lots, total number of lots at the end, depending on the option from 14 to 24. So I'm going to include option 1 in my motion, just because it gives us a little bit of leeway. There is room for potential room for alleys if we wish to add them, and if we don't, option 2 really cuts us down in lots. Option 3 might be just 2 small lots, and it would be like a trailer park size lot. So I would include option 1 in my motion.
And then even if it does go to trailer park in option 1, a lot of them today like a little larger lot too, so they can enjoy their yard.
Absolutely.
And
a little movement, I think.
Right. And option 2, if you go that route, it would almost encourage large homes, which would encourage basements. So I think maybe that option 2 would be out for this area. So, okay, you've added option 1 to your motion, William?
Yes.
Any further discussion? Councillor Neitz, then Councillor Clark.
I'll say this again, I know our residents really don't want it to turn into a mobile home option. I understand with basements not really being an option, but number 2 does aesthetically kind of fit with Erskine, because Erskine in general has large lots, and so it kind of fits with that pattern a little bit better.
I guess my comment is the fact that probably most of our hamlets are really maybe not in favor of having mobile homes come in, but on the same sense as we develop this stuff, we maybe have to have spots where whatever type of housing could go in. But if we are going to be at the back and no basement, that was the only interest we've had so far. I guess we've had other interests, but main interest was people with trailers or RTMs. So what bothers me is we're going to have an area that we don't have developed is where we should encourage people with them to be, if we're going to build a park like that. And then as we move forward, it would be for your bigger basement style homes. So I don't want us to get into a spot where we're forced to have to develop that piece so that we can develop out Erskine as we feel we need to.
I'll go with Rick first.
So at the risk of throwing something else in there, part of the reason I threw option 2 in on this whole thing is if basements are something we're not going to push for, larger lots would be more appealing because you're going to generate your square footage without a basement potentially garages and things like that. So you're gonna need more land area to put things on if if you want a 2,000 square foot house, over 2 stories versus 1 story, you need more area to do it on. So that was one of the benefits. Obviously, fewer lots, but if we're going without basements, that's something to think about, is giving them more lot size to work with, to generate the square footage they may want.
That's true.
Is this the first time we've been seeing this, or am I missing something in the package? This up here, is this in the package?
It's in the package, yeah.
It's page 14, I think.
15 and
Oh, okay, because I was at, all right, there you go. I was looking at the other, I didn't get to consent, it's after the consent of vary, okay. Just the one thing that I think we should possibly consider doing too, as well, is the real estate guys that are trying to sell this stuff are the ones that we should be talking to, because they are the ones that they are supposed to know what is wanted or needed in a community. And I think if we're asking them or tasking them to sell it, what's an easy sell? And then maybe we're not looking for the easy sell, but I would say that we would like any sale.
Well, maybe at this meeting then, maybe we should decide as a council if we want to proceed with a subdivision with one of the options, and then spend some more time on figuring out the options. But step one would be to decide if we're going to drop this project or go ahead with it. And then step two would be to come up with an option. Or is that more favorable to council? Or do you want to figure it all out today?
Mr. Chairman, that was my original motion, because I thought that's perhaps what they wanted. The staff wanted. I didn't realize that we might have to push for a definite goal right now. That's why I sort of suggest that it might take more conversation, maybe a special meeting or an hour or two after another meeting or something like that, just to make sure that we, everybody got their voices heard. I just wanted to, another thing, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to say that when we did the Erskine concept plan a few years ago, the people that lived in Erskine, where they do have trailers mixed with houses, thought that was okay. They thought it worked fine in the existing town there now, so.
They just didn't want trailer parks.
No, yeah, so they would sooner have trailers mixed in with housing, standard housing, I guess, or whatever you want to call it, rather than a trailer park. That's true.
Councilor Grover?
Maybe it should be like some of the other developers that actually develop in the city and everywhere else. They sell a percentage of them before they ever decide to go ahead with the development. We've already developed this whole thing, and I don't know what the total cost of it was, and I don't want to know. But anyhow, I think, what about that concept? And you tell a real estate guy, he doesn't really care. He'll tell you sell the lots for $10,000 a piece, because then you can get them sold. I am not really, I wouldn't put a lot of faith in a real estate guy. Thank you.
Rick?
If that's the decision you want to make, that's entirely yours, and I'll be fully supportive of that. I don't mind dropping the project and letting it sort of go to this next thing. Just remember, we got, just in the studies regarding this landfill, we've got close to $100,000 in it, working in its direction. This direction has already been given to planning and development to do this back in 2017, and we're just picking up the incomplete on that and trying to get it done. It's just that decision needs to carry on. We don't need to spend money on this really, other than staff time at this point, to get that opinion from the government on what we do. What we do need to know, though, is down the road, are we going to be allowed to put residential in there, or do we have to change the land use because of the setback requirements of the landfill? Maybe it needs to be industrial or something different later that fits into a different setback. But we have a chunk of land out there that we've invested a bunch of money into regarding this subject only. Forget about the cost of phase one that we did building it. It's just related to this phase of the operation. And once again, if the decisions drop it, great. Then we got less work to do, and we'll phone the government, tell them to close their file, and it can sit there dormant until somebody wants to pick it up later. But then we're re-spending money, redoing studies and whatnot at that point, if somebody wants to go at it. And that was the main hinge point on this is, are you willing to walk away from the dollars that we've already committed to this and the direction you've already given planning and development to do this, or do we want to walk away from it, right?
To me, it makes no sense to walk away from it, but it also maybe makes sense to put a little bit more thought into it than what we've done, like for half an hour here or 15 minutes, but, Councillor Gender.
Rick, if we do bring it back to MPC, do you wanna find out what the elevations are, say like of the sewers, so that we do know on this next one whether we can put basements into it, just so you're not digging for numbers in there?
No, I know we can, because the earthworks have been designed for the whole thing already and dropped in. Like we did it already with the design that they did. The earthworks were designed and the roads were designed as is right now for that second phase dropped in. It'll work.
So that they would accommodate basements?
It's tight. The layout you choose could maybe mean we gotta adjust a few things, but we can make it work.
Also in there, can you bring back, say like what the lot sizes are on these, all these, different choices?
Well, it's written right here, the 14 lots are in the average of about 0.18 of an acre. Option 2 shows between 0.27 and 0.39, depending on the around.
I'm just wondering if you can bring back the actual size of them, if it's, yes.
Okay.
That we can visualize on if we look at a certain size of house, what can be put on there, whether it's gonna be that sort of thing.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes,
Mr. Chairman?
yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to ask Rick as well, if he could give us a size as well with the alleys included, so that we can have something to compare as far as lot sizes with the alleys and without. So at the end, we know what size each lot would be if they included an alley or not. I know it's a little extra, but just to
Well, it's a little more than
know
a
what
little
sizes.
extra. Like we're doing a lot of work for throwing a coin up in the air.
Okay, well, just an approximate size of what each alley would entail, or for putting an alley on each. I know you've added that the sizes would be reduced if you included an alley, so.
Normally, see, if we went with option 1, I could push those lots north farther and accommodate alleys and even make them bigger and use that north end as part of the lot size. It just, once again, it reduces future potential lots if we start using it up, right? But
Definitely.
I don't want to be producing, 5 or 6 different options. I mean, how many days of AutoCAD work this is going to take to do this, right?
Yeah, I guess if we had just an average of what an alley would entail as far as reducing the size overall, not on each lot, but just what size would be required to include an alley, I guess. Is what we were. And just to back up a bit, as far as our land use bylaw, it was amended, so there is a clear distinction between a manufactured home and a modular home. So what was proposed back when we approved the modular home, that was it wasn't well described in our bylaws. So the agreement was wrote up with the intention of having a modular home on that property. But the remaining lots are just for detached dwellings. It's very clear in the bylaw now. So there should not be any misconceptions of what is a manufactured home when they are not permitted on particular lots.
Okay, I guess we'll back to Councillor Nixon's motion, and on your motion, how do you want it to read now?
Well, I'm just going to ask Rick, I guess, if I included option 1, and I thought that would, at a future time, we could decide to add alleys or not. Because it's
Decision's got to be up front.
and so it would be something to work with the number of lots, I guess, basically is what this would say.
I could test your memory a little bit and push you back to after phase 1 was essentially done and the legal framework was made up. I produced a cost estimate at Tim's request at the time, because you guys had asked for it, what it would take to do the alleys at that time. And it was exorbitant, because the decision needs to be made now up front before we start going down the work path. You know what I mean? At that time, there was construction involved. utilities involved and everything related to how all that works. So in order to go forward, you can't just go in there and add alleys later, is what I'm saying. Not without a significant cost.
At the size of the lots, say we're gonna do 14 lots, they could, and did a subdivision, I mean, the alleys could be either not happen or could be added after that, couldn't they? I mean,
It needs to be part of that drawing produced for MPC that we then go to the government with and say, this is what the subdivision looks like. Like we'll take that right down to easements for utilities and everything. All that's part of the legal framework for this. That gets followed later, that gets designed on later. And anytime you decide to backtrack after the fact, all those other pieces need to change.
So like I said,
An alley design, then that's your utilities likely would run through the alley.
Because right now, without alleys, I'm gonna put a 3-meter utility easement around the frontage like we did on the other side. If I don't need that and I need alleys, I can put stuff in the alleys. It makes a big difference.
One nice thing about alleys, if you have to dig up a water line, it's not destroying the paved streets. Okay, Councillor Grover?
So you said it's just a little bit of, staff time. What will it take to take it forward to the government? How many dollars? So I know what I'm voting on.
If we know what it is that we wanna lay out, probably take 2 or 3 days of subdivision design time from a lot layout perspective to produce a plan that can go to MPC. And then we would go to the government with that plan afterwards. And whether or not they make us register those lots, that's when we start spending money. Right?
Well, I think,
One more comment, just on Councillor Gender was asking about sizing. And on that option 1 with the 0.18 acre, you know, you would roughly be, you could be 78 by 100 or 50 by 156, so it's a pretty good sized lot. So it would, you know, you would be able to cover a lot of surface with that too, so.
which option was that?
That was under option 1, yeah. So basically, option 2 could be almost double that to a little bit less or a little slight bit more.
If I recall, most of the option 1 ones that were consistent with the previous stuff that we did were north of 50 feet wide. They varied depending on where they sat in that little. But the goal there was to make sure that when you put a house up, there's enough room for a driveway down the side of it.
so,
I guess you're still gonna keep your option 1 in the motion so that we can.
So we can have some direction, I think.
All those,
But that doesn't work with no back alleys then. That's basically what we're saying if we go with option 1. And I'll be honest, I've been told more times than not, the reason we're not selling that is because we have no back alleys. And not by one realtor. And I do believe the realtors sell and buy houses every day, so I think they are experts on what people are looking for. So I happen to take their advice on what's going on and what people want and what people don't want. And I've been told numerous times the reason they're not selling is they are lacking back alleys.
option 1 can have alleys, I guess.
Rick is telling us that that's not going with the conversation. We need to tell him if we want back alleys, correct?
Yeah, I can put alleys on anything, I just need to know up front.
Know ahead of time, yeah. So,
Could I just add as well, we've had inquiries under that same plan that alleys, the lack of alleys is a deterrent on the lots that are existing in Erskine. But for manufactured homes and also the detached dwellings, the lots are smaller. So people feel that they're more implied to put a manufactured home just because of the long, narrow lot. And they are designated for that use, or one of the options of permitted use under those particular
That
laws.
said, those lots are bigger than the one my house is on, for instance. So they may look narrower just on the plan, but they're bigger than the lots they have here in town. So,
You have a back alley?
yes,
I know we've been
wish I did.
to friends and family that own homes in the city without alleys, and I mean, I would never myself personally buy a house that I didn't have access from the back alley.
What's that concept? Normally, if you're gonna go without the back alleys, you're gonna make the lot wider. You allow for access down the side on one side. Because your house is gonna sit close to one property line, and the other one you can run down the side to get access if you want. If you run the narrower lots, you're gonna accomplish, like if you want alleys, you're gonna run the lots narrower, so you can get more lots in it, because your alleys are taking up space. Well, that's why I say it's kind of one or the other. We accommodate access into the rear yards one way or the other when we design these things. Because you need to know that in advance, which way you want to go.
Just if I'm retiring, I don't want to have to shovel snow for 150 feet to get to my garage, coming all the way from the street, all the way to the back. But
Well, that's valid. I mean, the house I had in Lacombe, thing was better part of 70 feet wide. I had a nice driveway down the side. I loved it. Had another garage back there. It worked really well because everything was in the front. I pushed all my snow onto the town street and let them clear it. But
Illegal.
Alley's down in the middle of winter.
And just amend my own,
Well, I can't get into my back alley much at all, between plowings and whatnot, because, they don't plow it very wide, there's not much room back there, and I can't even turn the trailer back there in the winter time.
Councilor Nixon.
Mr. Chairman, I'll amend my own motion again. I think I can do a friendly motion. No way, can't I?
Do you find it friendly?
I will include alleys in my motion and see if it's accepted or defeated.
Okay, we can go with that. Okay, I think Wayne's motion reads option 1 with alleys. And Councilor Gender has a comment?
I'd like to be able to see option 3 also added into there with back alleys, so that the option can come in if someone wants to buy a second lot, if they want to put a larger house onto it, that they do have that option also.
That would be a separate motion, Mr. Gender.
Because I think we're trying to pin down an option here, because if we add another option, we're no further ahead, aren't we? So, okay, we'll vote on this motion first. Councilor Neitz, did you have something?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, when you look at option 2, you have the roads on either side, right? So everyone has the access from the front and the back, except for that one.
Not really.
Aren't they roads all the way
There are
around?
significant ditches in those roads.
So, and also unfortunately, option 2 doesn't meet with the Erskine concept plan. What we talked about earlier was, one of the things they wanted to see, and what came very clearly, was that you could see from one end of Erskine all the way to the other and look out into the fields and stuff. It was very much in that Erskine concept plan. They talked about that. Option 2 isn't something that I see fitting the Erskine concept plan.
Okay, well, we do have a motion on the floor now for option 1 with alleys. All those in favor of that motion? Those opposed? Okay, we have Councilors Grover, Nixon, Stuhlberg, Nyberg, and Clark in favor. Councilors Neitz and Gender opposed. And that's carried.
Mr. Gender that wants to make a motion now?
It's already carried through. So
Oh, you don't want to try for a second? Okay.
I just want to bring some more options open so that they can bring it to us, that we can have options on either one, not just behind the one.
Yeah, okay, and next order of business, 7.4, request for decision on the provincial ASB conference resolutions on page 16 of your package. And Ryan, are you handy to step us through these?
Yes, I'm here. Can everybody hear me? Excellent.
Yep.
Okay. So we have, our agenda item here, our 2021 Provincial ASB Conference resolutions are here, and we're going to go through each one of them individually, and we have to decide 2 things today. We have to decide which way we'll be voting on each resolution, as well as who will be doing the actual voting. And that is because we can have 2 representatives from the County of Stettler voting during the resolution session. And so, going through these, how would you like me to go through these individually? Would you like me to start with the therefore be it resolved, and then if there's any questions, we can go through the other information, or how would that be best laid out?
Yeah, I think that'd be appropriate.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman, is this something that the council has prerogative to do? I realize we all sit as an Ag Service Board, but should we not be having a special meeting for the Ag Service Board to do these resolutions? As a person that sits as a counselor, do I have the prerogative to tell the Ag Service Board what to do? I don't know, I'm just wondering. I mean, this would be simply solved by having a call of the chair for the Ag Service Board, having a quick meeting and deal with.
Within a meeting? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, we could. I'm just not sure this is our prerogative to do this. I'm not sure, so. Not on your part, Ryan, I'm just thinking where we're allowed to make decisions and where we're not allowed to make decisions.
Hey, Ryan, do you have any comments on that? Or should we just,
Well, one comment would be that we did plan in our last ASB meeting to have this during a lunch, a short meeting during lunch, essentially. It was discussed and we weren't sure that we'd be able to fit it into a lunch just because there's 10 agenda items 10 resolutions, I should say. And also we didn't want to kind of lose time elsewhere. And so if we go down to, the recommendations, this would be presented to, my apologies. This is basically written that we would be voting for the county service board or the Ag Service Board. So instead we could change the recommendation that we move to direct that the Ag Service Board or present to the Ag Service Board instead of directing basically from council.
right, I think so. Okay, and Nikki has a comment first though.
Just that council can direct ASB.
Well, we can council. Okay.
Would it not be simpler just to have at the end of this meeting today? It doesn't change anything. The timeline will be the same. It'll just be at the end of this meeting that we would have an Ag Service Board, and then we don't have to deal with it.
Mr. Chairman, I'm just a suggestion that we recess and have a discussion.
I was just wondering about Ryan's time.
No, I'm talking about continuing, just have our discussion now when Ryan's ready and we're ready, and just
That's what I was thinking.
recess our council meeting and continue. That's just a suggestion because it's basically a discussion amongst the Ag Service Board as to how we're going to support these particular resolutions.
Being this is time sensitive, it has to be in.
Before our meeting.
Yeah.
Before their convention.
So if someone cares to, recess council and we'll just step into a quick ASB and go through the resolutions.
I'll recess council till.
Okay, all in favor? Carried? Okay, I'll call this meeting back to order, and good afternoon. I will now declare the public hearing portion open as of 1 p.m. I would ask that the administration read into the record the counselors and staff attending the meeting. Members of the public making submissions will be asked to introduce themselves at the time of submission. And then Andrew, the attendance.
So currently from council, we have Councillor James Nyberg, Deputy Reeve Les Stuhlberg, Councillor Wayne Nixon, Councillor Dave Grover, Councillor Sheree Neitz, Councillor Ernie Gender, and Reeve Larry Clark. For staff in the room at this time, we have Director of Communications Nikki Thorstensen, myself, Director of Municipal Services Andrew Brishik, and Executive Assistant Marlene Hansen. And additionally, we will likely have Director of Operations Rick Green join us again. And then on the line as well for resource people, we have Tax Assessment Clerk Sharon Larson, Manager of Agricultural Services Ryan Hallett, Director of Planning Services Jacinta Donovan, Manager of Recreation and Risk Management Maureen Hinkins, and Manager of Protective Services Clinton Stein.
Okay, thank you. I will now ask that administration read the nature of the proposed amendment into the record.
Okay, so bylaw 1643-20, which is the Village of Gadsby repealing bylaw. Bylaw 1643-20 proposes to repeal Village of Gadsby bylaws as the Village of Gadsby dissolved on February 1st, 2020. Council is bound by bylaws and resolutions made by the former Village of Gadsby Council until such time that the bylaws or resolutions are repealed, rescinded, amended, or replaced by the Council for the County of Stettler. A number of Village of Gadsby bylaws can be repealed because the County of Stettler has a bylaw that addresses the same subject matter or that the bylaw is no longer relevant. Council gave first reading to bylaw 1643-20 Village of Gadsby repealing bylaw on November 10th, 2020 and set the public hearing for today's date. Virtual public hearing, which is this meeting, will be held today, Wednesday, January 13th, 2021 at 1 p.m. To join the meeting by teleconference, you can dial now at 1-800-309-2350 and enter the conference ID 1529025. And if you are watching on YouTube, that should now be on the screen as well. Anyone affected may make written submissions before 12 p.m. Monday, January 11th, 2021 to the County of Stettler Municipal Services Department, Box 1270, Stettler, Alberta, T0C2L0, or by email to abrishik@stetlercounty.ca. Copies of the bylaw are available on our website or may be reviewed at the County of Stettler Administration Building at 6602 44th Avenue. For inquiries, please contact Municipal Services at 403-742-4441, extension 131. The hearing will be chaired by the Reeve, although we will have the hearing chaired by the Deputy Reeve. Persons wishing to join by teleconference will be requested to state their name and address for the record upon being recognized by the chair. Council will hear verbal or written submissions from any person who claims to be affected by the proposed bylaw. Persons may make oral presentations via teleconference at the council meeting, regardless of whether or not they have provided written comments. Following the public hearing, council may proceed with second and third reading to approve the bylaws.
The rules of conduct for this public hearing shall be as follows. Written submissions shall be tabled first and read into the record. Verbal submissions shall be considered second. To present verbally, please call into the meeting. The instructions for doing so can be found on the cover page of the agenda package and on screen on your YouTube broadcast. Verbal submissions shall be limited to 5 minutes each. Councilors may ask questions of the speaker after each presentation for clarification purposes. There shall be no debate between participants through the public hearing. Any questions from the floor shall be addressed to the chair. I will now call for any written submissions in support of the proposed bylaw.
No written submissions were received.
Okay. I will now call for any written submissions in opposition to the proposed bylaw.
Similarly, no written submissions in opposition were received.
Okay. I now call for any verbal submissions in support of the proposed bylaw. To indicate that you have a verbal submission in support of the proposed bylaw, please press *5 on your phone now.
At this time, there is no one on the phone, but typically we give this about 5 minutes.
We can wait a couple minutes. So if anyone has a verbal submission, they are to dial in now and press *5. no background music, but I guess
Good job.
I couldn't.
Making sure it's not copywritten music.
Your own tune.
We've got the wind doing the humming for us today.
I do have a timer. We still have almost 4 minutes left. 5 minutes is a long time.
Yeah, it is.
I think if there's no objection from council, if we still have no one on the line at the end of the 5 minutes, that we would not wait an additional 5 minutes after we ask for verbal submissions on opposition. So if you are waiting to call in to submit any verbal submissions in opposition, please call in now and be ready when that call is made.
So any callers in favor or in opposition to this bylaw, please call in now and press *5.
I think that calls it then.
Okay. I would now call for any verbal submissions in opposition to the proposed bylaw. To indicate that you have a verbal submission in opposition for the proposed bylaw, please press *5 on your phone now.
And seeing no one connected, and as we indicated to call in, I think we have no verbal submissions today.
Okay. I would now ask if our development officer has any presentations to give clarification to the public hearing.
Our script is maybe a little out of date. Instead of development officer, it'll be me, but no clarification for a public hearing that has no comment. So we'll present the bylaw later in the meeting.
Okay. Seeing no other submissions or questions, I will now declare the public hearing portion of the public hearing closed at this time, 1:10 p.m. Now we'll move back to our regular agenda. Should we go to the Gatsby bylaw or just do agenda in order?
No, we can continue in order. There's no rush on that.
Okay, so we left off, the next one should be 7.5. The Sustainable Provincial ASB Funding Model on page 47. And Ryan, are you there to speak on this one?
Yes, still here.
Okay.
Just pulling up the. And so, Andrew, I just sent you some information I received about 16 minutes ago now. And it actually was information, they must have been receiving some feedback with people asking questions about the new proposed funding model. And so they actually put together a fact sheet answering some of those questions. Andrew, what would you suggest is the best way to distribute that, or should we just go through it line by line here?
Yeah, it's a pretty quick and easy. It should be easy enough to present verbally. I'd probably stick to 2020 and 2021. We don't need to get too far back in history.
Sounds good.
Mr. Chairman, I believe I sent a email to that effect out to councilors a day or so ago as well.
Okay, so everybody should have those.
I never read your stuff, Mr. Nick.
Okay. Until we have any questions, though, I guess we can just move through the agenda item itself. So we have Sustainable Provincial ASB funding in question here. The issue is that the Provincial ASB Committee is requesting member municipalities provide funding for committee activities in the form of a fee beginning in 2022. And in general here, the Provincial Ag Service Board Committee provides a collective voice for ASBs across Alberta, which facilitates and represents both the diversity and commonalities of ASBs. The Provincial Ag Service Board Committee has experienced a number of recent changes that have exemplified the necessity for a sustainable funding model to be identified. Historically, funds have been raised through revenue generated from the Provincial ASB Committee, and the executive assistant has been funded through a grant from Alberta Agriculture and Forestry, which will expire in March 2022. This grant funding is not guaranteed past this time, and in order to solidify funding for the future, the committee is pursuing options outside of provincial grants that may not exist after this time. So the fee amounts listed under recommendations for 2023, 2024, and 2025 are amounts provided under the expectation that grant funding will not be extended. If grant funding was approved by the provincial government after 2022, the listed amounts may be reduced by an amount proportionate to the provincial funding received. And so, under options for consideration, the County of Stettler here, there's the four amounts that requested per municipality. And in number 2, those amounts are $375, $500, $600, and $600. And that is for the years 2022, 2023, 2024, and 2025 respectively. So it would increase up to $600 in 2025. Anybody have any questions so far?
It doesn't look like it, Ryan. Nobody's raising their hand.
Okay, so we do have information package that was sent out by the provincial committee, as well as Wayne. Did you actually send this email out from Linda Hunt to our councilors yesterday, is what you said?
I don't remember, it was yesterday or the day before I sent it out, yeah.
Day before.
Oh.
Monday.
I sent it out to Dave and you and councilors.
Gotcha. Okay, well, just to, I guess, clarify, this is an email from Linda Hunt, just showing a financial breakdown of the proposed expenses, which this funding is required for, as well as historical expenses. What is the budget used for? Anybody have any questions along those lines?
Councilor
I
Nyberg?
don't know if Wayne or Ryan can answer this, but what if not all our members join in on this? Is this completely voluntary then, that if they don't join and pay for it, then is it an all or none situation, or where are we at on this? Because, I mean, it's kind of like the checkoff. If somebody doesn't pay it, they still get the benefit of it?
So that is not 100% answered in the clarification email that we received.
That's what I noticed, that I was gonna ask a question today, so.
So that, I wouldn't be able to make that call. I'm not sure what the next step is.
Any conversation, Wayne, that you guys had?
Yes, hopefully all the ASBs would buy into this because it's a relatively small amount, I guess, per ASB. And if they didn't, well, we would look for alternate sources of funding, I guess. And we definitely intend to apply for grants if we can get this granted again. So that's about where we stand right now. And so there will be a motion at the conference, a business part of the conference to this extent. And I guess then it would be up to the municipalities to see whether hopefully they'll have time to discuss this beforehand. And I guess it would be either passed or not passed.
Councilor Neitz?
From reading this, from what I understand, there's no guarantee there's going to be a grant after 22.
No guarantee.
And so if all the municipalities approve this kind of funding, then I'm thinking the government probably won't provide that grant then either. That's my concern, is if we all say yes, and then the government looks at it and says, well, we don't need to give you the grant because everyone said they'll chip in and pay for it anyway. So I am concerned about that we might lose that grant.
And I can't answer that, you know.
Yeah, because nobody knows the answer, but I'm pretty sure if we say we're going to pay it, that'll be easy for the government to say no.
Download.
Yeah.
This is another downloading.
And as a member of the provincial committee, I definitely think it's a worthwhile committee because we have had several meetings through the year with the Minister of Agriculture, with the Deputy Ministers of Agriculture and Environment, so as well as commodity groups. So, I think apart from putting forward the wishes of the Ag Service Board, we also get to put forward the wishes of the municipalities as well. So, and we make sure that those things are included because we're all municipal councillors, everyone on that committee.
One thing, the amounts are really reasonable, more reasonable than I expected, from 375 to 600 over the period. Anyways, we do have the options to approve this tiered funding or to not approve it.
Yes, I would make this motion, Mr. Chairman, and as you likely all know, this would be my last year on the committee, as well as my last year on council, so I don't think I'm doing it for personal reasons, but I just think it's worthwhile, so I will make that. I'll make the motion that we approve the tiered funding schedule in the amount of 375, 500, 600, 600 for the years 2022, 2023, 2024, and 2025 respectively.
Can we, Mr. Chair, can we put a caveat on that if the funding from the province doesn't come forward? Because I'm with Ms. Neitz on this, and the fact that if it looks like we're going to cover it, then they're going to say, the ball's yours, run with it.
Well, and certainly that would be part of
when we are talking to our MLAs to talk about this and to advocate that they pick up the tab.
Absolutely.
We believe this is important and we're going to pack it, but if you guys don't, that's what you should.
the grant still needs to be lobbied for and applied for, but if it doesn't materialize, then we have this option. Is there any further discussion to Councillor Nixon's motion? Councillor Gender.
I'm just kind of wondering, like, I'm looking at the values on here. What type of funding did they receive last year? I just look at the amounts that it goes up each year, quite a percentage.
I guess just to speak to that to some extent, this year was considerably less than last year because most of our meetings are virtual and will continue to be virtual, including the conferences. So this is normally charged in the, if I'm not mistaken, Ryan, in the fees to the conference, is it not?
Yeah, so there is a $25 from the conference fees that are allocated to the provincial committee.
So I just assume that the money is allowing for, whatever reasons, maybe more mileage and one thing another put into it. I'm not sure. I don't recall why we had decided that, or if I was part of that decision even, but just numbers thrown out for the time being.
I guess, Wayne, I can also add to that. It's either $5,000 or $10,000. I can't recall which off the top of my head, but it's either 5 or 10 that is allocated for holding meetings.
Yeah. It was 5 and it is 10 now, I think, Ryan.
There we go, yeah. And so that is used for meetings, and then the provincial grant is actually used to cover the expenses associated with the executive assistant.
Yep. Correct.
Just for the quick figure, the proposed 2021 budget is 46,000 total. If you assume that that's also the 2022 budget, and the 375 is, going to proportionately go up, it means they're looking at growing to about a $75,000 budget by 2025, assuming this is the sole source of their funding estimates.
They're anticipating to be up to 75,000 as a budget?
Roughly that, yeah. If I'm just extrapolating the math here, but.
I think because the virtual meetings have been working very well, I can see that continuing for this committee, because it certainly cuts down on expenses to the municipalities. And the executive assistant has certainly been well worth the money that she received, including the past and the present one.
Further discussion? If not, we'll vote on Councillor Nixon's motion. All those in favor? And opposed or none? Carried unanimously. Now we'll move to 7.6 in the agenda, lease land for tender on page 52 of the package. And Ryan, if you would care to comment on this one as well.
Right, so we did receive a request pertaining to the lease land that is just north of the airport. It's about 10 acres there, roughly 10.46 acres. And we had a ratepayer that was actually interested in renting that for the year for grazing purposes, for a couple of horses. And we did not receive any tenders when we did tender this out in the summer. However, we do have somebody that's interested, and so we brought this to council to ask if they would like to tender this out for a second time in the past year. Or we have several other options. We could also, we could rent it out for a period of 6 years total in order to match it up with our other rented land. We could graze it for 1 year in order to match it with our other land. Or we could just seek tenders in the spring of 2022 and in that way match it up with our other land. And by match it up with our other land, I mean, in that case, we would have all of our lease lands being rented out for the same period of time. And that would just simplify things like advertising, simplify things like not getting one that gets left in the dust. That way everything is, it's a lot simpler for. Does anybody have any questions?
Councillor Gover?
I'd like to see it rented out for 1 year and then it would fall in line with the rest of them that are rented out for 5 years.
Okay.
Which I already mentioned.
I'd like to add to that motion if I could. I think the individual that made the application sent the email to myself and I forwarded it on to Ryan and Quinton. They'd like to not necessarily rent it from July. They'd like to do it right from now because they'd like to bring their horses in there. So, I think, and I did tell them that I would think that we would still have to tender it, so it'd be a 2-week process to get this to come to fruition for them. So that is.
Rent it for 1 year and then
And they'd be fine with that, absolutely. But I said we'd have to tender it and they would put an application in and then they could get it from there. So.
that's my motion.
Okay, that is, Councillor Grover's motion is option 1, option 2, I guess.
No, it can't be 2. It has to be a little bit, it almost has to be 4.
Where are we at here?
Okay. Or I guess, eh?
It has to be other 2. I'll put it up for tender right away and then
Put it up for tender right away and then re-tender it and
keep it in line with the other
keep
10.
it in line for the other 5-year ones. Yep. That's my motion.
Okay, and discussion, I have a point of discussion is, I would favor the option 1 because every other time someone rents some land from the county, they have security for 5 years. So if they do any work on the fence or whatever, they could easily lose it right away in the fall again.
You could give them, like everybody that rents land has the option so that they can have a long-term thing. They rent it for 5 years and then they bid on it. If they get outbid, they can match the top bid anyhow, less. So they still can rent it.
But it does give it, that piece hasn't rented very much in the past, so it would give us a firm commitment for more than a few months, but.
So you would like the one for 6 years?
It would, then it's always in a line with all the rest anyway, it'll come due with the rest. It's just that it's a little longer for the renter, and the county knows they got a renter for 6 as well.
Rick Green.
That was just my thoughts on this one.
If I could, Mr. Chair, I don't think they're in a concern of they would be willing to rent for the short period of time and then put a tender in the fall. So I don't think it is of concern for them.
Okay, Mr. Green?
I don't think it was explained fully, I guess, as far as what administration's preference would be. But definitely the option 1 was our preference, so we're not increasing our workload by doing something twice that many more times. Because we haven't had much interest in that property in the past, and the goal would be to align the expiry years with all the other property that we have, is the reason why we gave you that 1-year option, just to get them to align. But definitely we didn't want to have to go through the process of tendering it now and then again put it in next year as well. So that was part of the logic on our end, that the administrative preference would be to give them the extra year so it aligns next time around with the rest of the properties. Save a little bit of rework.
Okay, you have any, Councillor Jenner?
Has there ever been any interest in the past by anyone?
We have tendered it before and didn't get any bids. So that's one of those things where it'd be good to get somebody looking after it, for sure.
Needs.
No, I'll ask Mr. Grover, are you willing to change it to number?
How much is the bid then?
We would have to,
It has to go for tender.
we'd have to tender it, make it fair for everybody.
Okay.
What is was it $100 a year for 10 acres? I don't know what a person would get for something like that.
Probably more than that.
Mr.
Yeah,
Allen.
we're gonna tender it now then?
Tender it now.
Okay, we're gonna tender it now, but for 6 years.
Yeah, so we don't have to do this one again next year, one, right?
And then Ryan has some comments on this as well. Ryan? Go ahead.
Yeah, we're not exactly sure on what it's going to go for. It's, as far as I'm concerned, it's a parcel of of grass right next to town. It definitely has some value. The person who was interested at this time, they were interested in leasing right away, and they were interested in using it to feed horses during the winter. That is currently not our policy. We generally rent these from July till October 1st, which is why July to October is in number 2 for options. I explained that to this person. They were okay with that. They said that's not an issue. However, if they could have the option, they would like to use it now. But that being said, that would go against our policy currently.
They made it quite clear to me that they want to put the horses on right now. They have a quarter section that's outside of town quite a ways, and they would just like to bring the horses in for
feeding purposes, so they're not driving out every day.
Councilor Grover?
The only thing is, if you let this lease go and let them put them in there now, I sort of agree with what they're doing, but all the rest of the lands are rented out for late grazing through the year to fit in with a grazing program, right?
And if I could, Mr. Chairman, that's part of the reason we're doing that is to control the overgrazing situation. This is a parcel of land that is weed infested that needs to be cleaned up. Honestly, we would be doing ourselves a favor by getting somebody on there to take care of it. It's right beside the airport. This individual, he's the president of the air club, so he's right there. So it's they want to see this as a full-time rental property, basically.
I'm going to go with Councilor Neitz, Councilor Grover, Councilor Gender.
My question is, we're okay with them bringing in outside feed onto our land? Because usually we just rent to graze our own land, but not outside feed coming in, right?
Yeah, and I guess it would also have to do with what the quality of the pasture is. I mean, you're dealing with that native pasture, different than what we have out there. That's all disturbed, reseeded land, basically. Growing like gong show out there.
Councilor Grover?
Well, I don't know, in Big Valley there, you took the grazing lease away from a guy and didn't let him graze it because you overgrazed it. Now we're gonna re-graze it in the wintertime. I don't know, I think we should do is make it all the same. And I think the other leaseholders that you have in the county of Stettler will wanna be putting their cows or whatever in earlier than if you let this go on, but that's my personal opinion. But I don't really care which way we go. If council wants to rent it to them and they just pasture it, 10 acres right beside if it works, I don't know. That's up to the council. You want me to change my motion?
I'm not 100% sure I know what your motion is, to be honest.
Okay. I'm going to tell you my motion. My motion was to make it to go to 21 here and then have it redone again in 22. But Rick and the crew there, they'd like to see it go for 6 years. So when are the horses going to pasture? When's the other stuff going, Ryan? Middle of July, June?
July 1st to October 1st is our entire grazing period for their other.
July to October, end of October, right? Or 1st of October.
First.
Okay.
Okay, we have Councilor Gender, Rick, and Councilor Nixon waiting to speak.
Like, what's it cost us in order to advertise, put this out for tender?
300
$300?
at the most.
I was kind of wondering on this one here, if we can, is there a way that we can just write it up as rental to them until the time period comes in October? And if we have to change the policy to say, okay, that we make exceptions on whether it's gonna be year-round for this one particular property?
Rick, go ahead.
What you might consider, this isn't cattle grazing out on this pasture, it's a couple of horses by the sounds of it. it might be worth just stipulating in the rental agreement that you're able to let them graze over the normal period, but you have to provide feed for off-season stuff. And, you know, whether it's policed to any great degree or not, that might solve the problem. I'm no farmer and don't claim to be, but
Yeah, no,
maybe one of the solution is just set a criteria on how it's to be used and then let it go.
that does make sense if they graze through the normal period and feed.
That way we don't have to worry about policies or anything like that. They can have them out there and just provide feed in the season where you don't want them grazing. Maybe that works, right?
Very small acreage, it's not what we think of as a cattle pasture.
And it'd definitely be good to see somebody utilizing that property and maintaining it to some degree, so.
Yeah, I'm gonna quickly go to Andrew before Wayne.
Yeah, sorry, just respond to Councillor Gender. There would be no prohibition on simply if council wanted to direct us to enter directly into an agreement without tendering. It is possible. You're talking about mostly going outside of the typical lease that we've talked about, obviously. So especially if you're only directing it for a year and see how it goes. Considering that this land was competitively tendered this year and received no interest, there's really no good justification to say it must be tendered again. Had it not been tendered already this year, I might have a different advice there, but it's been tendered. There was no interest. If that's the route council wanted to go, that would maybe have a balance of cost versus practicality.
And then Wayne and Ernie and then Dave.
I guess my question would be to Ryan, that you're the final authority on whether the piece of land is overgrazed or not. If it was overgrazed, you'd have to ask him to leave anyway, wouldn't you, Ryan?
Yeah, so all of it. Andrew, are you talking?
No, you go ahead. It's you. It's just getting you a little bit of feedback. Just keep talking.
Yeah, we do have that clause in all of our tender agreements, our lease agreements. And so that's up to us. We can give a 30-day notice to have the animals cleared off the land at any time. One suggestion that I would have is if we were worried about the land not being in shape, we could also put a growing season in there that would allow for the grass to come back. We would graze the animals on there during the winter. They would be provided feed, as well as during, let's say, May 1st to October 1st. We would give a full season of growing season. Just for an example, we could switch those dates. But if we provided a growing season, then it would be difficult to overgraze. As well as using this specific example of these, the person that's interested in this rental, they're interested in grazing 2 horses, 10 acres with 2 horses. It's going to be difficult to overgraze the entire property.
I'd like to make a motion and move this forward.
Well, I think, okay.
I'm not, I pull my, okay,
I guess.
let him do it.
I'll make the motion that we lease to this individual for the period to October of 2021, and at which time it will fall into the regular cycle of our leasing. And this would be an immediate start to their lease. Do we want to put a value on this, or do we want to allow them to put the value on?
I think you need to put a value on it now. That's probably makes sense, otherwise.
What's the value of 10 acres? $500 sound good to you guys?
$300 for advertising.
So $500? But we're not going to advertise. We're not advertising.
I'm just saying, like, this would cost us $300 if we did. At least we.
How many months are they gonna get with the 2 horses?
They're going to be on there $500, and it's going to be on from now until October, so 10 months.
10 months, so at $80 a month? $40 a piece, what's that, 10 months, $800? You wanna let them in for 500, whatever?
What's fair, Ryan?
You said $2 a day, or sorry, if you were boarding your horse, it would board it for $3 a day. That being said, we're not providing feed. We're not providing any of that. If we said $1 a day per animal, and they're providing feed, so that would seem like a fairly reasonable thing. And I'm just doing up the math right now, so bear with me here. 30 days times 2, that's $600.
I'll stand at $500 then.
Mr. Chairman, Sorry, if I can just walk back on something said. Quentin just notified me that there was a neighbor that has, I think since this came to light, has apparently indicated some verbal interest. So there may be a competitive component to this. I apologize, I wasn't aware of it at the time of making comment. Consider if there is.
You did tender before and they didn't express interest then.
That's true. So it's still, I just want council to be aware of it. I certainly don't.
So this would be a short-term lease, so.
That's correct, right? It would get you to the same cycle as the rest of our lease tendering without wasting most of the income on advertising.
That's true, yeah.
I just want council to be aware of that.
All right. It would be a shame to waste $300 on the advertising, and if the other was just coffee shop talk that never even resulted in anything, right? But so, okay, Councillor Nyberg has a motion on the floor to lease the land from now till fall for $500. Any further discussion? Councillor Gender.
I wondered about supplying supplemental feed on their tapes.
Yeah, on it, if you know the property, you could put those horses on there and they're not gonna graze it down in the meantime anyways. It'll be doing us a benefit if they actually eat it down.
Famous mowing, no?
Yeah, this is saving us money on the backside. Okay. I mean, it is in my area, I do know it, and I know that there's a weed issue, and there are a number of people at Carlisle Estates that I think accidentally, maliciously, inadvertently let their horses on there during the summer.
At their own discretion, if they need feed, they feed them.
And what you're highlighting is those three little pieces, sort of like that?
These three lots make up the total land. They're just kind of segmented based on how the subdivision went.
Okay.
The small portion right outside of town.
Gotcha. Okay, everybody clear on the motion? Any questions? If not, we'll vote. All in favor? Opposed? Okay, we got everyone in favor except Councillor Grover is opposed, and it's carried. Okay, well, now we'll move to 7.7, request for decision, appointment of Director of Emergency Management on page 54 of the council package. And Nikki and Clint, I guess will perhaps lead.
You're taking that stock?
Back now. So this is pretty boilerplate, as you're all aware. Lee Hardman has left our service, and Clint Symes has assumed his duties. As a result, we do need a Director of Emergency Management. Otherwise, unfortunately, it's the CAO, technically. So we just need this formally resolved by council.
Okay. Councillor Neitz.
I'll make the motion that the County of Stettler appoint Clint Syme as Director of Emergency Management and confirm the appointment of Chad Jackson as Deputy Director of Emergency Management.
Okay. Any further discussion on this? All those in favor? Carried unanimously. 7.8, request for decision on tax penalty forgiveness on page 55 of the agenda package. And I think Sharon will be coming in, just lead us on this one.
You're going to have a chance to unmute herself and turn her video back on.
Okay. There's Sharon.
You're still just muted, Sharon. You'll have to hit the little mute button in the bottom left. There we go.
Hi, everyone.
Thank you.
Hi, Sharon. Okay, go ahead with the presentation of this one.
It's a request for tax penalty forgiveness. A ratepayer had previously requested to enter into a tax deferral program that we spoke about in December, where we were looking at doing their payments of taxes over a period of time. Prior to us entering into the deferral program, the ratepayer has paid up his 2020 tax levy in full, and I guess I'm just looking to see if council would look at forgiving the November penalty, as that's more or less what the process we were looking at in the tax deferral. only he was gonna make his payments over the next year.
Okay, so,
The November penalty would amount to about 25,830. So I'll let you go forward.
right, so as we were planning to do in an agreement, would have spread this over a lot of time, but as it turned out, we got the full $266,000 and 752 actually already immediately paid the whole thing off, so that should be a win-win for us. Councillor Nixon.
I would like to make a motion, Mr. Chairman, the county stellar forgive the November 1st, 2020 penalty for the rolls 796866, 797105, 798009, and 843400. As in my understanding, we had it previously agreed to.
Okay. Any discussion? All those in favor? And opposed? Is none? It's carried unanimously.
Thank you.
Now is one of the agenda addition items was 7.9 burning permits, and that was something that Councillor Gender wanted to bring forward today.
I guess I'm getting phone calls from residents, okay, what do we need for burning permits? Right now it states if you have a burning permit, you have to be there 24 hours a day, all the time with your burning permit in hand. But I did a burning on the north side of town last fall, or about a month ago. I had approached the fire chief and deputy fire chief and okay, what do you really need in here? And it come back from Mark Dennis that I'll use common sense on it, whether you have to be there all the time. I then spoke with our lead, Lee Hardman, asked him and said, well, he wasn't really sure about it. So I asked him, okay, if someone doesn't, do we really need someone there when we have conditions of the weather that we have now? Like it was kind of, I just mentioned to Lee that I would phone him prior to me lighting it, and then when it is done, lighting or letting him know when it's out. So this is not involving my own incident, but I'm getting calls from others saying, okay, what are we allowed? Last winter we had some residents burning. It was just after some snow had disappeared, or like it was in the verge of where there wasn't really snow on the ground, and there was some issues or discussion about that one. So I guess I'm kind of looking, okay, where are we really heading with burning permits? And are there times of years when we do not really require someone there to be all the time? Just a little while ago, I was approached by one person that was burning north of town. They had the burning permit. They were on the site, say like with the equipment on it. And lo and behold, there was a fire truck that pulled onto the site. So it was the person come over and asked for the burning permit. They handed it over to him. The guy was very persistent on trying to find something wrong with it. There was a stip that they said that you needed water on site at all times in order to build enough in order to put out the fire. Look through all the requirements. It is not a requirement. Tried looking for another one that you're only supposed to burn only so much at a time. There's no stipulation on it. This person had phoned into the fire chief, and the fire chief just said, well, just leave it be, like you don't have to really regard with it. So I'm just kind of wondering, okay, where are we really going to be going with this? Are there going to be certain times of year and certain conditions, like especially wintertime, when we do not need someone really on there to be watching the fire all the time? I'm just kind of wondering, people would like to know, like, what other rules can we go by? I know this is a province of Alberta stipulation with the Fire Act or all this, but when the fire chief says use common sense, where's the common sense really going to lie on here? Just open for discussion.
Yeah. Any thoughts? Okay, Councillor Nyberg.
Mr. Gender, I'm a little concerned in your statements because there's a lot of hearsay and you're speaking for a lot of people, and I'm not so sure that's a good thing to do, especially when you're speaking for one of our staff member who happens to be the fire chief. You're treading dangerously on a very piece of ground that is, to use the analogy of today, today would not be a good day to burn. You said today, weather today, and I'm going, yeah, today you should not light your fire. But it's thin ice you're on, buddy. I would caution you to not necessarily use hearsay statements when you're speaking on council chambers like this. There's a little bit of accusational tone there, and I'm concerned the wrong person will take it the wrong way. I being, who was the individual that pulled up in the fire truck and then was trying to look for information like that. That's very accusational, and I dare say, I wouldn't say our fire department is the people that are looking for that. They don't do that. So I'm not sure where you got your information, but like I said, I would be putting up the caution flag to you.
On days like today, it does stipulate or above, I believe it's 15 clicks, you're not allowed to burn. So no, like today's, you're not allowed to burn. We have not had a fire meeting on the last month. So this will be a position I'll be bringing up on the next one, saying, okay, we do have these boards saying, okay, when you have a permit, when you light it, you phone in, and when you phone in, like you can say, okay, the fire is now out. So there's some miscommunication in here of what has happened between, say, like what's happening on the board and versus, say, like what is actually happening out in the field.
So would this conversation be more appropriate at the fire meeting or with our fire chief present? Probably.
Yes, like I will put it on to the next fire meeting agenda.
Andrew?
Rather than necessarily the fire meeting, because that is more about the fire department operations, the fire permit process is a County of Stettler bylaw. So it is exclusively within your jurisdiction. So council meeting is the appropriate forum for it. I do agree we should have Mark here for this discussion. We do have some other fire stuff coming to our February meeting. So we could certainly just bring the bylaw forward along with Mark prepared to speak to it, as well as the other issues he needs to speak on for some, I believe he's got some requests for forgiveness of fire bills. But yeah, the fire permit setup is actually a bylaw of the County of Stettler, as well as the Forest Prairie Fire Protection Act and regulations. Those are the three pieces of legislation that work hand in hand. And then some of the additional stipulations that are on top of that come from the fire chief's discretion in establishing conditions, which have been standardized across our system. So that's, for example, where the requirement for water is condition 7 on every permit, is that you have to have sufficient quantities of water, tools, et cetera, to extinguish any fire you set. So, however, it is council's discretion to direct their bylaws, and that is certainly driven by bylaw.
All right, so it probably would be more appropriate to do this when Mark's present, our fire chief, Councillor Gender.
I'm just kind of wondering, okay, with the Fire Act, with our bylaws, can they supersede?
Rather, it's the opposite. It's the Forest Prairie Protection Act. It establishes our authority to create the bylaw we have. So it's pretty broad in what it says, and then leaves authority to either the minister for special forest protection areas, and then the municipal councils for their rural municipalities and urban municipalities.
I guess on there, like the question that they are asking at this conditions, like now, other than the wind, do they have to be there 24 hours a day? That's a question I'm being asked.
So, if they get a fire permit and adhere to the fire permit, it is a condition of the fire permit that a minimum of one adult must be in attendance at all times. That is a discretionary condition that the fire chief has established exists on these permits through his authority under our bylaw, which is enacted under authority under the Act. So it is a legal follow-through. If council wants to direct to change that, that's certainly an option. There are municipalities who don't require fire permits for burning during certain times of the years. We have found it beneficial to continue to use fire permits year-round because it prevents it allows us to more expediently deal with smoke investigation calls. We do have many urban neighbors that drive by on a highway, they see smoke, they call 911. They don't necessarily turn off the road. And we had a really big problem just rolling fire trucks to a guy who had a fire permit and was good to go. And that's why we adapted the system to be much more electronic, where now we can click a button, see their phone number, call them and say, hey, you burning? Yeah. Any other smoke nearby? Nope. Great. Have a good day. So that's how it's supposed to work. I would love love to give Mark the opportunity, especially to respond to any specific incidents where the process didn't work as wonderfully as I just described. But yeah, that would be certainly something we could gather information for February.
Councillor Gentry, would you be comfortable with tabling this discussion until our fire chief's present?
Yes, please. And can we make it for the next council meeting with Mark?
We'll set it for February if the fire chief's able to make February. Okay. And Reeve,
I just was going to comment on that we can't assume that every winter's like what we have for snow cover, because a lot of winters could be some of our worst fire conditions too. So
yeah, I've seen open ones.
Yeah.
Okay, so do we need a motion to take?
See for information?
Okay. Okay. And then we'll move on to 8.1, an addition, Battle River Research. That was one Councillor Grover wanted to bring.
Yeah. I attended a meeting, and I've got a text here from them that Andrew can put up there. We cut the funding to $5,000, and I want to know what you want to do. I said on that, so I'm sort of stuck in limbo here. There's that if we don't put in the 10,000, we don't get to vote. And if we're not going to get the vote, then there's no sense of us going there. So I asked them if they would give us their 5,000 back if we decided to not go there. But I think we have very few committees that are actually farmer driven, give good information back to the farmers, whether they be growing hay, whether they be growing silage, we have silage, we have corn, we have everything else. I am quite a believer in the Battle River. It's not skewed by the big Monsanto companies of the world. But, and agriculture is something that's probably going to stay here. Oil comes and oil goes. Oil and gas wasn't a big thing when I was a young kid. And probably when my grandkids have kids, maybe oil won't be here then either. So, but I just want to know, oil comes and it goes, and whatever it does, it takes a long time before we'll maybe be out of the oil business and the gas business, and I'll be running with windmills. But this here is, I think for $10,000 a pretty good investment, but I want to know from council, because council is the ones that make the decision. That's why I didn't take a DAG service board, because we can give suggestions, but we can't make decisions. So I want to know from this council if we should pull out of there and get our $5,000 back. If we're that hard up, that's what we should do.
I think probably this would be more appropriate in budget discussions.
I'd just like to get some clarification. So we put 10,000, they're going to give us a vote.
Yep.
But if we put 5,000, we don't get a vote.
Well, that's what it says on this here.
Is that a policy of theirs? Because we used to send two people at one time, and we didn't give them $10,000. We were giving them a lot less. The only reason they wanted us.
Since I sat there, and I've sat there for 2 terms, it's always been that $10,000.
So if you let me finish,
I will.
send 2 people because they couldn't get quorum. And at that time, our council had a discussion because we were trying to trim budgets like we always have. And we said, it's not our fault that they can't get quorum. And we pulled one of our people away at that time. And Gregory Jackson and I used to sit on that board. But I mean, it was costing us a full per diem and mileage there, which was costing us. We used to try and double up on our drive, but I'm not so sure if that's how they want to treat us after we've been what I would consider to be very good contributors to them over the years. we drop by 5,000 because we're in a tough time and they're gonna threaten us by not having a vote?
Yeah, well, I can't see going to a meeting. If you're not gonna vote, there's no sense going to a meeting.
Then I'm in favor of pulling our 5,000 back and letting them go.
I'll let you.
That's why I brought it up.
I don't need to skip the queue on this one. I was gonna say, I don't need to skip the queue, but I was just gonna remind council that we do have, as part of our February 4th Committee of the Whole meeting, on that agenda is committee review. So that might be something to consider for that. We could bring back more information on the framework and the legal or the agreements for Battle River Research and what our entitlement should be. And what we can do. We can bring back better information then, and it's a fair time with Committee of the Whole to take a look at that if that's.
And excuse me if am I getting this, like, it's a threatening situation to us, or how, or, like, that's the way I'm getting it from you today, Dave, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, more or less, like, there's no sense of me even going on Zoom or whether I drive up there. If I don't have a vote, then why would I go? God wouldn't have you on the senior housing if you didn't get to vote. Why are you doing there, Ernie's on fire. Why would he be there if he don't get to vote?
Reeve Clark has a comment, and Councillor Nixon.
Yeah, well, my comment though is Councillor Grover did make a statement too, that the fact that it is, it's $10,000, we are an agriculture community. If it is going towards what's producible, what is the best varieties of different seeds, et cetera, to use in our area, you look at the amount of corn we have here. I don't know what's parts the Battle River Research had in that, but there's corn when there never used to be corn. So when you look at our budget, we talk budget, and we start talking about cutting the $5,000 off Battle River, and we talk about, it is definitely watching our dollars and cutting it down. But we look at a lot of the other pieces of our budget that still sit up there very high that we support as a county. So I do think we need to really take a close look, if we're going to be partners with our neighbors, to come up with what is the best varieties of seed, et cetera, to use, and when to seed, and how much fertilizer, et cetera, and grass forages or grain. So it is a pretty, I did have Stan Schumeister phone me and just said, where are you guys with agriculture? Do you not believe in agriculture anymore? And I said, well, I will see if it comes up in our meeting. We were talking budget, but I do believe we still need to support agriculture. So it's something we all need to look at as we go back into our budget discussions.
So if I could, sorry, but if we give them 8,000, do we get a vote? Where's the cutoff? Like, I think we still need to be able to control our dollar and our budget.
We were gonna do it at 10, that's why I brought it back here. I'm not gonna sit there.
We weren't at 10,000. When did we start giving them 10,000? That's not that long ago. Before that.
10 were, at 10, I think all the time I've been in there.
Councillor Nixon's waiting to get in on the discussion.
And Dave, I don't think that, I think you don't necessarily have to vote at a meeting to make your influence known at a meeting. So I think you could, no matter what it is, you go to the meeting and they knew damn well what you were thinking.
Well, they know what I'm thinking, yeah.
I
just thought I'd bring it back. That's just what I'm doing here, guys.
Councillor Gender?
And gal.
I very much believe in the agricultural part of it, but it was one, like, we have donated some land towards them, but it is also one when they start saying that money buys or democracy is bought. I don't like the attitude that they sent that with that message on it.
Well, I think personally that this needs to be discussed through budget meeting and committee meetings. We got to, in the committee of the whole meeting, when we discuss committees, I think we'll have to weigh the value of this committee and budget. Do we want to up it to 10,000 again? That would be a budget meeting discussion, I think. Or not today.
No, but that's why I brought it, put it on the table so people have time to think about it.
Councillor Neitz?
We need to do some research before we come into budget to find out
And to be sure about the
what they're really thinking.
I'd like to make one comment for everybody. Camrose County didn't contribute for a very long time to them, and they had more outreach programs in the county of Camrose when I was on there than they did in the county of Stettler when we were contributing. At that time, I think we were $2,000. So I think somebody has to go back to that board and let them, and remind them that about how they were treated, Camrose, and how Flagstaff was treated, and how Paint Earth was treated at the time. Beaver County as well, because they were doing outreach programs in Beaver County without any contributions.
Amherst County puts in $2,500. They don't have a person on the board, and they don't make any decisions. But they also are not going to have them, or they're not going to do any plots in their area this year.
They have in the past, though.
They have in the past, and I disagreed with it every time I voted against it.
Yeah. I think they're treating us poorly, that's all.
When everybody else put in 10 grand, Flagstaff put in 10, Beavers put in 10, Painters put in 10, and we used to.
We put $10,002.
Yeah. $10,002, yeah. I see that. Anyhow, I brought it to your attention, so if you want to put it off till budget
I would
or.
like to see one of their representatives come here, because, like, honestly, I do feel slighted by that conversation.
Well, that's basically what.
All of a sudden, if you pay enough, you get to play on the democracy. What are they, the Democrats of the United States?
Well, it's not 100% all of them, but this is one of the comments here. I've got it right here. You want me to read it to you?
Sure.
All right. I think we need to create a funding policy if I don't already have a bylaw. 10 grand is not a big number, and if you look at what Berg does, so for the Ag Service Boards don't have to, I think we should be firm. Any time that 2,000 to 999 gets you your name on the sponsorship list as a sponsored partner, and then 10 and over, you get the same, but plus you get to vote. That's one member of the thing. And
That's a member, that's not the actual organization themselves.
that's one individual member.
Neats, did you have a comment on this one? I thought I seen your hand.
I'm just saying we need to do research before.
Oh, right, okay.
I know, and
Okay, did you want to move it for, receive for information?
I'll receive, no, I won't. I'll receive it to put it to the, what do you want, in the budget meeting? Yes?
Committee of the whole.
Committee as a whole. I would like it brought back up at the committee as a whole, please.
Okay, do that. And all in favor of that, moving it to committee as a whole? Okay, and that one is carried. And 8.2, you had something as well?
I'm gonna leave it for the day.
Okay.
We've got too much stuff on the go here.
That one will be.
We'll take that for another day.
And we'll move to 9.1, agenda items. I guess it's chamber upgrades, and we have a discussion on that, and I think Andrew has.
It is myself. Sorry, I just wanted to update council and discuss a bit about some of the changes we're making in this room, and some of the possibilities we can still do yet. Primarily, I wanted to update you guys that we had talked, well, it was early in the year last year about upgrading and getting screens throughout here, and we were able to order that and get it through in the 2020 budget. This room's become increasingly important to not just council but staff with the technology resources here and the amount of work that we're doing online. Between this room and our single screen in meeting room 3, it's busy. So we've undertaken through, as a budgeted expense in 2020, we'll be adding screens to each, well, what is currently each position now, and shared in a non-COVID world, shared between 2 people. As well, these screens have seen an upgrade in the back for once we can get the gallery back in here. These are a little easier to read. And then lastly, there was a bit of discussion at the end of the year last year with upgrading the chairs. We didn't really get a clear direction from council. Wondering if we can get any consensus, if you guys had discussion to continue or resume on that. Again, I will make the one sales pitch that it's not just council using this room. Staff is using it quite heavily.
Various committees, I guess, and
all of our committee meetings
based
out of here.
Okay, and then there was there some room in the administration?
Yeah, so I've noted it to Chris to carry forward if it's council's direction to continue that way, that we had a decent chunk of office supplies that we didn't use. So we were looking at some ways to increase the efficiency of our operations, but if it's still allow new chairs in here, we had quoted 16 chairs at $215, I believe, dollars a piece locally, which I really liked. Our local guys might beat Staples by $1, so good on them. So, you know, that was the proposal I think council saw before Christmas.
So we need some direction. We know that the screens are coming for this room, and then if we want to upgrade the chairs at this time, because there is some money in the last year's budget even.
Screens as these screens, not the ones that we talked about, the plastic screens here, so we can take our mask off.
No, sorry, I'm talking about monitors for each of
Okay, there we go.
There we go.
Table.
Clarification.
I'd love to take my mask off too.
Nixon?
Just a question, Mr. Chairman, through to Andrew. Does that price still hold?
I believe so. I think we had a 30-day quote on that, and I'm sure our locals can work with us well. They always do.
I will make a motion, Mr. Chairman, that we move ahead with chairs and to see where it goes.
Okay. Well, I think if our local businesses are that competitive, I think that's really nice to hear. And I think, I agree, this room now with this technology age, I mean, it's set up so well, so I'm sure it'll be well used. Any other discussion? Councillor Gender.
I'm wondering, are they leather chairs backing on them, or are they a leather plastic on them?
I believe they were a faux leather, so they've got the cleanability of leather without the price point of leather. Something more similar to this type of a chair, which is
I am leather.
You know, not handcrafted leather, but
Crafted with I'm just here if you have I am leather with a sheepskin cover.
Anyway,
it does.
You're gonna supply the sheep?
For me?
Sent us an email with
It would have come from a vet, but yeah.
maybe a vet.
The benefit, one of the big benefits of it is just the ability to clean it. To be honest, I'm glad I don't sit in your guys' chairs because mine can clean a lot better. COVID, that's just that extra little bug.
I know, that's what I was thinking. Everywhere I go, they always sort of light the chairs, and I don't think you're gonna be wiping these ones with.
You can bring a blue light in your jacket.
Yeah, I might not want to be sitting on this. Okay, Reeve Clark.
I did state in my reply originally, you know, that you know, from a perception basis, it might not have been what people wanted to see, but I did talk about the safety basis, and it's safety with the way the chairs are. I've, you know, seen these chairs go over backwards. But also too, as you talk COVID and not knowing, none of us know where COVID's gonna go, from a safety basis and from a cleaning basis, it does make a huge difference. And been in here signing checks when Kathy comes in, and that's right, she does wipe down all these chairs that are on this side, but I don't think she can do much with those ones.
I've sat on this council quite some time. These chairs have outlived their life for a number of years already, really. Councillor Gender?
And yes, like the little squawking on the wheels, but a little bit of 2,4-D would, or not 2,4-D, but WD would do it on it. Like myself, perception going out to the public on when we are in some very rough times. Myself, like I would definitely donate, say like if it's going to be a day, take it out of our wages in order to put it towards it. It'd be the perception to the municipality, to the ratepayers that we are going to be doing this, and then taking the remainder out of the fund that you have suggested. I would have no problem with that at all. But I find that if you want to do leadership, you lead by some way, showing some incentive on it. And for me to donate, say whether it's going to be one day, whether a person would donate that day, or whether they cancel that meeting that day, is the only time out of my time. That's my perception on it.
Rodriguez. Any further discussion? Councilor Grover.
If I'm gonna buy that chair, I'm taking it with me. And I'll write you out a check for it or pay you for that.
You're not the only one that sits on it. I don't think you can have it. So we do have a
The other
motion.
ones put their share in that too.
We do have a motion on the floor and a comment from Councilor Nugget.
I mean, there is an optics issue with this. I'm not so sure we can sell it with a safety issue considering. I mean, anybody that comes to work for me, I provide them with safety equipment. It's not something that I ever ask my employees to pick up the tab for. If something's not safe, you replace it. I'm not so sure. I agree. I've seen people fall over backwards, but usually they're the fidgety person that can't sit in a chair properly. I'm one of those, and I have almost fell over backwards. I'm not so sure that you can sell me on that. As far as going in one day, I don't care one way or another, but it's just virtually singling. That's all you're doing. Is all you're saying is I'm a great guy and I'll pay for the chair so everybody doesn't get mad at me. Either we buy the damn chairs or we don't buy the chairs. I think if you are man enough, or woman enough to make the decision and move forward. I personally think that the new council coming in October has a great opportunity to make a decision to buy new chairs if they so desire. Just because we've got money in the pot doesn't mean we need to spend it. So often and I have been one of those that have chimed against not only municipal government, but federal and provincial. If you got money, spend it. It's in the budget. Either we need them or we don't. That's your feeling. My feeling is I don't think we need them at this time. We can get by with a little bit longer on these chairs. So.
Councilor Nixon?
I don't really like to always disagree with Councilor Nyberg, but sometimes.
It's going to be a habit.
And about the going over backwards on the chair, you're just hoping Yvette's watching this today, aren't you?
Yeah, exactly.
But just to put a date on these, Sharon, if she's still listening on there, she could probably tell you how old these chairs are. But when I was a member of the, what do you call it, the Recreation Board from Denalden, part of the County Recreation Board, we sat on these chairs at the old county office. So they've got some years on them. That's what I'm saying. They've certainly served their purpose.
Kind of like you, Mr. Nixon. Sorry, you set me up, buddy. I think you're still very pertinent.
Well, I don't think it's fair to push it off onto a new council. I mean, if they walk in here, I think we got to be ahead of the game a little bit. And if they're needed, they're needed. And I think, these chairs aren't cleanable. So I'm in favor of it. But I think if there's no more discussion, we'll just call the vote. And of Councilor Nixon's motion to replace these chairs for this meeting room. All those in favor? We've got 3 in favor, opposed, 4 opposed. The motion is defeated. In favor, I guess, Marlene was Neitz, Nixon, and Stuhlberg. And then the remainder are opposed.
And Mr. Chairman, if I could, I'd just like to sort of talk about the email poll that went out. And I don't care how people vote, but if there's an email poll goes out, vote. Don't say yes or no, and that makes it so much easier on administration. So otherwise they're lost, and it could have been killed then. So just a point.
I put that in, Councilor Nixon, to the fact that I thought it would create some conversation. It never did. So I guess out of respect back to the person that put the note in, people can answer to it too.
No, but I'm saying say yes or say no, and give your reasons. And I have no problem with that. I don't care how people vote.
I said that I felt if we put a half a day or a day in, that I guess my answer was yes, and if we didn't, my answer was no. If you could read it, you could read that. So
it changes the whole concept of the question. It does. If you say, well, it's going to be if council's gonna pay for it, then there should be a motion brought forward that council pay for it. That wasn't the question. Just saying. And I think that's something that perhaps needs to go to the policy committee to see how we handle email requests. And there should be a policy, you say yes or no and copy it to everybody. That's just my opinion.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Gender?
I find in situations like this, you can send it out, you can get kind of an opinion from someone, but it's much better if you can bring it to all of council, let us discuss it in council in front of everyone, so that it is a very open and apt council, showing the people how we really work.
So say no and suggest that.
The only thing is, 9 times out of 10 or more often, those times when it has to come out by email is because it's time sensitive and it has to be decided before the next meeting, is the only time we're usually pulled by emails.
And to be honest, this worked the way that it should. There was non-consistency in it, and administration knew there was non-consistency, so it came to the next meeting. Had we had a strong yes vote or a strong no vote, then administration work on it. Unfortunately, that's not the way that it happened, so let's move on.
That motion has been defeated, so our next order of business is the bylaws. 10.1 is the Gatsby repealing bylaw up for second and third readings on page 57 of your agenda package. And Andrew, care to?
Mr. Chairman, you do have Councillor Gender looking for the floor.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
I think we addressed the chairs. I thought there was something else, like sitting with the screens.
The screens, we don't require direction on. That was part of budget. That was just an update on those.
When Les brought it up, we were going to discuss the chairs. That's being number one, and we never addressed.
Yeah, no, sorry. The monitors and the rest of the changes in here, that was just for information item. All right, so bylaw 1643, Village of Gatsby, -20 Village of Gatsby repealing bylaw. This is what we had the public hearing on. No comments received from the public through that. I did have one call from a member of Gatsby just seeking clarification on it. Seemed generally supportive that rescinding the Gatsby dog bylaw doesn't mean there's no dog control. It just means that it follows the same rules as the rest of the county. So we're proposing no changes from what you saw at first reading in November. All of the items that are being rescinded are either irrelevant or dealt with by other county and Stettler bylaws, and now they'll be held to the same rules. The only thing that'll be outstanding is the land use bylaw, which, as you know, requires a much more comprehensive review undertaken by planning and development, and then the water and wastewater bylaws, which will be rescinded as part of adopting our new water and wastewater bylaw, which you'll see for first reading next.
So do I have a motion for second reading? Councillor Grover?
I'll give you second reading.
Okay, all in favor? Carried. Motion for third reading? Reeve Clark for third reading, all in favor? Carried. Okay, 10.2 for bylaw 1652-21 water and wastewater bylaw for first reading on page 61. I'll let Andrew lead that one as well.
All right, so this one is a little bit more in depth. So there's a number of things that we're addressing that have come up in the last year, basically. So the first of which, or actually before I even get into that, I'd like to point out that I'm only asking for first reading at this time. This is not a bylaw that requires public hearing, but I suggest it's a bylaw that we should take with the substantive number of changes and intent changes behind it. I think council should take their time with it. So I'm looking for first reading to ensure that council's intent is aligned and that we can put some more detail into some of the wording. We've put in some of the clauses, some of the new clauses are what I call pretty softball language. They match sort of the rest of the tone of the bylaw, but they could probably be expanded and worked into more detail. But anyway, so the first of the changes is rate changes. So obviously through council, you guys have talked about user fees quite a bit. Water certainly not exempt from that. The water rate increase that from our suppliers needs to be reflected. So Shirley McCollins raised their water rate by 5 cents, and Henry Kruger, which is the Hanna Commission, or the commission that's fed from Hanna, that feeds Bymore and Indiang in the southeast rural distribution system. Their rate, I believe, went up 9 cents this year. Because of that, we've noticed and we've reevaluated, and the rate we're charging in Bymore and Indiang is the same rate as across the county right now, but it is now less.
Same rate as who?
To the county, right? So everything's the same. Right now it's all 281.
281?
Yeah. But in Bymore and Indiang, we will be paying 289, I believe, for that water now from Henry Kruger. So we would actually be selling the water for less than we're buying it for. And that doesn't even begin to cover the cost of the system. Whereas Shirley McClellan and where we treat the water ourselves from wells, the input fees are much less. It's $265 and we're charging $281. So there's a deal of margin in there to account for our system maintenance fees. So this bylaw proposes to establish service areas and different rates by service area. It seems the only way to adequately address the difference in what we have to pay for water, rather than have taxes subsidize our water rates. Certainly open to discussion on that. I'll continue through the whole bylaw before we get into questions. The Buffalo View Estates service area remains at the same rate, which is still over $20 a cube. It's nearly 10 times what we charge to the rest of the county because of the cost of hauling water in. And we are very hopeful that we're quite certain we'll have the Roshan's extension done this year through the Shirley McClellan Commission, and their water rate should match the central service area after that time.
Do we have an offsite levy fee on Buffalo View Estates as well? Did we get rid of that now?
No, we've got a special tax levy for lots that are not connected, have to pay a flat fee. That's always what we've had there.
And how much is that?
I think it's around $400 a year. It's very similar to if you were connected and didn't consume water, which is about $20 a month. So I think it's roughly $420 a year.
So if they put a meter on their lot but don't have it hooked to anything, just like a pole,
you still pay a monthly flat rate.
but then they don't pay the lot.
Right. So flat rate, no matter what you do, if you live up there, you're $420 a year for the privilege of having that system available.
So there is no special offsite levy fee at all for anything else there?
Right. It's just that flat fee that's either implemented as a utility rate, or there is a special tax bylaw for the ones that can't be implemented as a utility rate, but it works out to the same effect.
Okay, so it is
a separate bylaw.
And it is a tax levy.
Mm-hmm. And then the last two service areas, Buffalo Sound service area, that's serviced by a communal well. Our hope would be in a few years to extend the Roshan Sands line that way through county rural lines, and continue and expand throughout as much of the south shore of Buffalo Lake as we can. But that's a very high level goal at this point. But it is at this time still well serviced by their communal wells. They won't last forever, but it's not costing us an arm and a leg for sure. And then lastly, sort of a unique situation, the Gadsby self-reported service area. So currently in Gadsby from the transition, there's a number of water meters that we can't read without making an appointment to go into the users' homes. Their setup with the village was that the residents would just report what that meter was, and they were billed off of that. Working through this transition, we will be replacing all of those meters with ones that we can read just like we can in the rest of the county from the truck. And so what we're proposing is to keep the Gadsby self-reported service area. So if you've got an old meter, you keep the old Village of Gadsby rate, which I believe is $3 per cubic meter. And if you upgrade, you move to the central service area, which gives you a 9-cent discount per cubic meter on your water. Just as because this requires a lot of cooperation for appointments and stuff, gives a little extra incentive to say, hey, call us and make this appointment to get your water meter changed out. And then hopefully we can dispose of that project a lot easier.
How many is there?
I think we're talking 2 dozen maybe.
It's just within the village.
Yeah,
That's everybody there.
Yeah, the water.
Yeah, so it is everybody, but we've got to change them all over.
The water co-op, like the ones that were on the co-op piece, had switched over when the count, years ago.
Yeah, this would be former village residents exclusively. Secondly, we've added sections 3.15 and 3.16, and both of them speak to the enforcement of inspecting private wastewater systems. So we've seen complaints this last year, a number at the lake, a number in Gadsby. There's always the potential for other multi-lot residentials as well, where private wastewater systems, a neighbor's private wastewater system, is not believed to be adequately maintained, and they think that the sewer is now outflowing onto their property or outflowing into environmentally sensitive areas. So the Buffalo Lake IDP has talked about this a lot. Many of the lake communities have talked about this a lot. They want to see some stronger language behind the enforcement of making sure these systems still work. So this is definitely where that softball language comes in. We've added 2 short clauses to say that a designated officer can require that a person demonstrate their compliance with the Safety Codes Act, or that a designated officer can require that they provide receipts for their stuff pumped out. It tries to keep it simple, but I do want this to go to legal review if this is the direction council wants to go. We are stepping onto what is the Safety Codes Act, and I want to ensure that we are not exceeding our jurisdiction or enacting a bylaw ultra vires that would try and supersede the authority of the Safety Codes Act or seek to replace what it does. The problem with the Safety Codes system in Alberta is the privatization of it effectively, because we're not a Safety Codes agency. It's all private. When you get a plumbing inspection, you hire whichever public Safety Codes inspector you want, and that's great. But that means there's a real void left for enforcement. There's a bit of work at a municipal affairs, but we don't see it. So that's where we want to try and get it, so that a designated officer of the county can require that if that's council's intent to enforce them. If not, then we can strike that part for second reading. And then we are also proposing to rescind the Gadsby bylaw, which means the Gadsby water and wastewater bylaws. So this means that they'll have the same provisions around these private wastewater systems enforcement that we're discussing for things like the lake and other multi-lot residentials. And it also gives the authority, as exists through the rest of the county, for the CAO to require that a residence adjacent to a municipal wastewater line can require that residence to hook on. Something we've I think had to enforce much in the past or require, but it is it is a significant tool. I know Alberta Health Services desperately wants us to utilize that tool for Gadsby to ensure that they can quit monitoring some of these private wastewater systems that are, they're getting complaints about, basically. And then lastly, there was a bit of housekeeping done. I mean, we could overhaul this whole bylaw. This bylaw's evolved over the years, one hamlet at a time, basically. So it's definitely a little disjointed, but I didn't want to overshadow too much of the substantial changes with housekeeping stuff. So that is my presentation on what is a fairly substantive bylaw change. I would welcome questions for clarification.
Any questions? Councilor Gender?
62, Andrew, like it just says, under the rescission of Gadsby bylaw, like they're saying that the adjacent connection to the adjacent water system were ordered by the CAO. I find that very strong language, they like putting the emphasis on our CAO. It is something that council would be deciding, and then our CAO would be carrying it out. So I'm just kind of wondering, I just find it's a little bit too much burden put onto the CAO, whereas we should be carrying that.
So in this case, the actual wording that gives the CAO that authority is in the existing bylaw. That's not a change. The only change is that it would now apply to Gadsby as well. However, if council wants to see a change to that, or wants to direct people to connect, if you wanted to say blanket, Gadsby's part of the county now, everyone shall connect if you're adjacent, we could certainly bring back amendments with second reading to move to that.
I don't want our CAO with the neck on the chopping block. We are the ones implementing it. I would like to just see a little bit of protection put on it. Just my thought on that one there. Then if we can go to page 65, like when we're on number 3.15, so like it's everyone, like to inspect the tanks themselves, we're not putting a certain date on there on when they should be compliant with that. Like right now, it could be open for any length of time. So like I'd like to be able to see some sort of date put on, whether it's going to be a year or anything like that, that their tank doesn't have any holes in it, that is compliant, and someone else, they come back to say, yes, it is compliant.
Yeah, we did it, or I did intentionally not propose it the way you're considering, although that can change for sure. The way it's proposed right now gives a lot more discretion, for good or for bad, to a designated officer being, like the CAO or an enforcement officer. And some of the comments I have heard so far on this bylaw actually spoke quite highly in favor of that, because there is a concern that we're now going to say across all 12,000 parcels of land, if you've got a private wastewater system, you shall inspect it within 5 years, whatever it may be. I wasn't sure that was council's intent, to make absolutely everyone or only inspect it where a problem is believed to exist or where there's an environmentally sensitive area, right? I wasn't sure that we wanted to go across the board.
It's going to be more compliant on like when you're looking to a communal wastewater system. Because like in Gadsby, the former Gadsby Council, they knew of some properties that were in there. They would try and do something they could. Environment didn't want to do anything. Health didn't want to do anything. I find there comes a time when we have to put down the rules, say, this is, and it has to be done.
Yeah, and certainly that would ensure that just the language here says where there is not a problem, we don't have to require them to inspect it, where there's not complaints. So, to be fair, I don't love my own language here, in that it requires us as administration to have the discretion to evaluate when to or not to require an inspection. But I know that I hadn't actually given a lot of thought to that, but I've had 3 or 4 comments from people who have reviewed this bylaw since it's been published online, and they're quite supportive of if it's not broke, don't fix it. If there's no enforcement issue, there should be no enforcement. But that's certainly something council can consider and bring back.
Like there's one, we're recognizing up at the lake that a lot of these old systems, they're broken. And like they have to come in, and I like that reason. You say, if it has happened there, it is going to be happening in some other tanks. A tank will last 20 to 30 years, and then it has to be brought in. But if people aren't going to be compliant with it, we have to say, this is going to be it. I don't mind it coming from, say, like myself or within council, and then say, like having administration take it over from us. We're going to be the bad guys, so let us be. So these are the bloody rules.
I don't see council going to somebody's house and telling them to inspect their tank.
We will have it in the bylaw saying, they have to have their tank inspected. We use Gatsby as a measurement. We do not know what those systems are like in there. Some of them are brand new, some of them are, and others are just pumping it out on surface from their septic tank. Those have to be inspected and say, yes, now you are certified and you can go ahead.
You're going to go around and do this? I'm not.
No, like we make the rules saying, it has to be inspected. And we just go out to the landowner saying, bring us a certification that your tank is meeting those certifications.
This seems like a lot of red tape. The way that we have this written right now is we work on a complaint basis. And if we have an issue, we send the bylaw officer there and they say, you have now been put on notice, and we can do it at any time. We could instruct bylaw to go out and pick all of Gadsby and spend the 3 days there and go around and tell everybody that send out a letter, say you have till the 14th to have it inspected. Here's a couple of places you can get her done if you want, or find somebody else, and then move on. I don't think we have to have a set date in here. The way it's written, I quite like it, because council's a lot of the red tape, and it gives us the most latitude to do what we're doing.
The flexibility piece where you just have to address with the ones that are causing issues. It's not a blanket thing for everybody that's not even causing an issue. So, any Any other discussion on this point, or,
In the village of Gadsby, administration will know who's tied in and who's not. And everybody did have the potential to tie in. They put drops or stops at everybody's place, so it's not like you gotta go to, you're not gonna have to go to everybody because people are compliant because they're tied in and they're going into the municipal system, so. It would just be the ones that aren't.
But are they tied out of their tank that's not inspected? If it comes directly from the house, it's a different story, but if it comes out of the tank and that tank has a hole.
They pump with a grinder pump into it.
Right, may have to get that done.
Just a question through to Reeve Clark. Now, if anybody changes, then they have to hook up to the communal system, is that right?
The majority of the people did tie into it when they put it in. There was a few that had mounds, so basically that would fall into the effect of, is your mound doing what it's supposed to do in an area like that, so with that heavy clay.
So would that be part of, I guess, to Andrew then, would that be a part of something that would be in our, under our jurisdiction then, if a change was made, if the place was sold or whatever? If they're gonna put in a new system, for example, that would have to hook up to communal service then, eh?
Yeah, so that's where the CAO discretion on a particular clause is nice, is, we sort of determine when it meets the threshold for what's reasonable to require a hookup. Maybe that's, everybody needs to because we've got too many complaints from EHS and they desperately want us to. Or maybe it's as substantial changes are made, because it's not a light expense. And I don't want to go disadvantage a bunch of people in a certain area that were given a choice originally and chose not to. And now to remove that choice later may not be the most appropriate thing, unless that's, council's direction.
Similar to the water hookup in Erskine. Where either everybody had their choice or everything else. Well, I think it's good.
When you have.
I know Buffalo Lake IDP is going to be looking at their wastewater section and going to be reviewing that the first part of March. And I know both of our bylaws have to kind of coincide with theirs. I know Ocean Sand Summer Village, they've written a wastewater bylaw too. And I did get a phone call about this one because it was online. People saw it. And they would like to, there is a committee that has set up by the lake, and they've done a lot of research and talking to government, so they want to come in and talk with us and show us their research that they've done and show the county and maybe put something in there to add to it or not, but everyone needs to sit down and discuss that.
Always the lake. So are they still doing that 2-line system up there? Is that gonna be all right, or are they gonna?
No, these guys are highly concerned about the water.
Oh, I see.
At Buffalo Lake, because everyone swims and plays in it, so they're about having clean water, so.
Well, if they
would like to
quit dumping it back into the bay there, they'd probably be all right.
People I'm talking to would like to see a lot more strict, because keep the lake clean, so.
I'd like to give first reading to this, Mr. Chairman, to bylaw 1652-21, water and wastewater bylaw, as presented.
Okay, all those in favor? Carried, opposed, there's none, so unanimous. Okay, so then we can tweak it if it needs to be for a second reading, but if it's.
I would certainly appreciate if you're, there's very unique needs for water and wastewater through the county. So certainly if you're talking to your constituents and you have information to pass on, please do pass it on to me and council, so that we can incorporate suggestions and be ready with any language we might need. And in the meantime, we will also seek legal review, so.
Good, so everybody caught that? If they do hear of things that need to be changed, get them to Andrew. Okay, so now I guess we're on to 11.1, the Chief Administration's Officer's Report of 97.
Mr. Chairman, I'll give you that. I've had an opportunity to read it. I have no questions unless anybody else does.
Okay, Councilor Nyberg has made a motion to receive the report as presented. Is there any discussion? Councillor Gender.
Page 100, looks like the Red Willow truck fill was broke into again.
Very little damage this time.
Second or third time?
Yeah. They keep going after the coins, and I don't even think they got them this time. They did a bit of damage to the little door we have for the fire department to hook up to.
Wayne, would you quit? I mean,
It's
come see me.
Yeah. It's,
I've got usually enough pocket change, or more than you'd get there anyways in my truck.
I guess I'm just kind of wondering, like, what type of deterrent can we do in there? Like, we cannot rely, say, like, on cameras to be able to let someone know by the time the response time is done. I'm just kind of wondering, just throw something out there, whether you could put in as soon as, like, you don't not enter your code, I don't know whether it's by key or by code. If you don't enter it by a code and you're breaking in, the door opens, we just need the loudest goddamn noise, excuse my language, we're not to be able to let them know that the whole neighborhood knows of it around there.
Dog inside of it. Don't feed them.
I'm gonna keep you in the wreck.
I mean, certainly, I mean, a loud siren mounted on the south side of the building.
They cannot stand the sound of it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, certainly we can look at things. As much as it pains me to say the real crime we have in today's day and age, it's almost a part of the cost of doing business. We did evaluate things like whether removing the coin off there was reasonable, but we would probably lose more money on not having the coins than we would save on not repairing the break-ins. You know, we saw that with the agricultural truck fills where it was the opposite. It was just better to give the water away than it was to keep repairing it. So.
Yeah. Like, it is definitely a money maker, or
it's well used,
profitable.
Luckily, Red Willow, a big portion of Red Willows is still through the PIN system. I think we get about $2,500 a year through just coins, and then the PIN system accounts for quite a bit more than that. It's mostly, and that shows that it's a less, transient amount of users using it, right? It's farmers in the area, it's locals in the area that are regular, and they know that's part of their business model. It's part of their operations, and they just use it. So, I can look at the cost of a siren. I don't even mind that.
Either that or pick it just a brick above their head.
Yeah, I'll take out Randy sooner than I want to, because we'll forget.
It's just bloody frustrating.
Any other questions on the report? No, we'll go to the vote. All those in favor? And that was carried unanimously. The financials, 11.2, pages 197 to 205. Questions on those?
Again, Mr. Chairman, I've had an opportunity to read it. I think everybody had their opportunity to bring their questions in, so I'd like to move those to the table.
Councilor Nyberg, I know Councilor Gender had, I think it was already answered. There's no further questions. I'll call the question. All those in favor of approving the financial reports? And opposed? None? Carried. Same. Councilor fee sheets, 11.3 on page 218.
Move those, Mr. Chairman.
Nixon, no questions. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Committee reports, pages 225, 226.
Chairman, I'll give you move those as well. Well done, Mr. Chairman. Well written. Most every one of the reports.
I think that is a thank you. Okay, no other questions, discussion, all those in favor? And that was carried unanimously. Consent agenda items. They run from page 227 to 243 in your package. Anybody, Councilor Neitz?
I was gonna ask or is Clearview asking us for a letter of support to the government, or what? or is that just information about milk?
Just a CC on us, so we're aware.
I don't think there was an ask in there for endorsement or anything.
Well, yeah, I read it. I didn't know if they talked to administration or something.
Yeah, no, nothing further aside from the FYI.
I think most of them are just kind of a receive for information today. There's nothing that generates, I don't think, a business. Mr. Grover has moved to receive for information. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Okay, now we're moving to 13.1. It's an in-camera session, and it'll be a land sale.
Yeah, specifically Section 25 of the Act, business or disclosure harmful to the business and economic interests of a public body. And then as well, I believe 13.2 would be Section 27 of the Act, which is privileged information.
And in this, who stays or goes, Andrew, on this one?
For now, we just, we'll need the motion first.
Motion to move. Reeve Clark moves that we move into camera. All in favor? just,
All of it.
we moved out of camera at 3:51. And, okay, and then,
I'll make the motion that the County of Stettler direct administration to counteroffer for the sale of Plan 162372, Block 16, Lots 2, 3, as indicated in our subject conditions.
Okay, and are we,
live streaming?
We are.
Okay, okay, so that's good. We have a motion on the floor to direct administration. Counteroffer. All those in favor? Opposed? No.
Because it will come back to council.
It'll come back.
so,
Okay, that was carried unanimously. Our next meeting will be Wednesday, February 10th, 2021. And a motion for adjournment.
Sure, we can adjourn this and we go home.
Mr. Grover moves to adjourn.
I'll go north of town though, I think, I don't know.
All in favor?
I'm in favor.